federal and state constitutions. You should not draw any inference from the fact that the defendant has not testified in this case. So, if you later decide not to testify, you would have to make a decision whether or not you wanted me to give that instruction to the jury. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Housekeeping matters when you have a second, please.
I'm sorry?
Can I just address the housekeeping matter when you have a moment?
Sure.
I think the two first jurors this morning, 17 and 19, were here for the group questioning yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So are they just going to come in individually this morning?
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll start with the other 5 on the sheet,
Yes.
something like that? Okay. And then, Your Honor, the court had also asked us to look at certain jurors, whether we could agree to cause, and Your Honor, we are willing to agree that 31, 38, and 43.
Okay, 31, 38, and 43. And counsel?
Your Honor, we agree with 31, 38, and 43. We also agree that 19 and 30 should be stricken for cause.
Okay, so you agree on 31.
Excused, I'm sorry.
Excuse.
Just for the record, the potential juror's wife in 31 had cancer and he has a lot of physical issues. Both parties agree that he can be stricken for cause. 38, the parties agree that she should be stricken for cause because her husband's best friend is friends with the defendant. And then finally, 43, the party because the potential juror is a Minneapolis police officer. Okay? All right. Is counsel ready for juror number 17?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And could you remove your mask, please? Thank you for answering the questions on the questionnaire. I really don't have that much to ask you. Is there anything that you think we should know about you that wasn't asked that would impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. And are you willing to serve?
Yes.
And you can be open-minded, neutral, and fair?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you. The defense may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've read your questionnaire, and it's quite thorough questionnaire, so I'm not going to ask you many questions. The only question I'd ask is, would you be able to keep an open mind until you hear all of the evidence in this case before you come to any judgment or conclusion?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. You understand that because the state has the burden of proof, they go first, and we have to wait till they're done till we present our case. And you keep an open mind throughout that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Pass for cause? No. Counsel, pass for cause?
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. It's too early in the morning. Yes, we'll pass for cause.
Thank you.
Good morning, Juror 17.
Good morning.
I apologize for my number rather than name. It's just the way we're doing it in this trial, so please forgive me for that. Thank you for being here again. I think you were here yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Thanks for bearing up with us. You I think candidly expressed not knowing enough about the people to have an opinion about them. And remember early on you were asked about, do you have I think the word is a general impression of the defendant or the victim. Do you recall those questions?
I think so.
Okay. And you said, like I said, candidly, I don't have enough about them to have an opinion, right?
Yeah.
And you understand that a trial really isn't about whether you like somebody or don't like somebody,
Yeah.
and it's really about your job as a juror is to figure out whether the state has proved the elements of the crime.
Yes.
So even if during the course of a trial you develop some impressions of the people involved, that's not necessarily evidence of the crimes that you're to consider.
Yes, I agree.
And it seems like you're pretty confident that you can do that.
Yes, definitely.
And so you're working part-time right now.
No, I work full-time.
Okay.
I was working part-time.
And I'm sorry if I just didn't hear you earlier. Did you say that you're a student right now?
No, I graduated.
Okay.
Now I'm working.
Okay. So this won't interfere with school or classes or exams?
No.
Okay. Congratulations on graduating and getting that done. You were asked, if you believe the jury system in this country is fair, and you said, I don't know if I have enough information to answer. It's just not enough experience with the system to know.
This is my first time, so
Yeah.
I just didn't really know a lot about it.
And, the way this works is the judge has started to tell you and would tell you more, is the jury gets the law from the judge, and a juror has to apply that law regardless of whether they like the law or agree with it, do you think you can abide by that?
Yes, definitely.
And a juror has to decide based on the evidence of the case, not on any personal opinions or bias or prejudice. Do you agree that you could apply that?
Yes, I agree.
So first time jury duty, but you understand what the jury system is all about.
Yeah, I understand what you need to do, follow the law.
You were asked about some of the demonstrations that took place before, and you answered that it has negatively impacted the community because of some of the property damage. You recall
Yeah,
that?
there was somewhat of a negative impact, but there was also somewhat of a positive impact.
And that negative impact, I mean, I guess nobody wants to see businesses looted and damaged, right?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have any difficulty setting aside, kind of seeing that when you're being a juror in this case, if you are.
I would have no difficulty setting that aside.
You were asked, remember there was that chart of questions where you got to circle different answers. One of them was, the phrase was, "I support defunding the police." And you said that somewhat disagree. Can you explain why you chose that as your answer for that?
You're always going to need police officers, and there are always going to be bad things that happen. You need them.
And obviously this case involves a former police officer. Do you think that you could fairly judge an individual who was a police officer? I mean, the point you're making is very valid, right? But as a juror, of course, like I said, you have to decide based on the evidence. Do you think you can set aside, that notion of we need police officers when deciding just on the evidence in the case?
Yes, just the evidence.
Aaron, could I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Excuse me. Juror 17, thank you for your time. Your Honor, we will pass the juror.
Okay.
Number 17, you will be on this jury. We expect to start on December 8th. You will be getting a call from the jury office to confirm when you show up and where you show up, okay?
Wait, I thought you said I wasn't selected.
No, you are.
Oh, I am?
You are on the jury. Okay. All right, so have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. You too.
Good morning, juror number 19. Please have a seat. And would you please remove your mask? Okay, thank you. All right. Couple of follow-up questions on the questionnaire. Thank you for filling it out. The first question is, what do you know about this case from media reports? And I don't have an answer to that. Could you tell me what you know about this case from media or other sources?
What I know about the case is from what was, when it was happening in current time, of what was displayed on the media and what was on the internet.
Okay. Could you summarize what you heard?
In regards to what I heard, it was basically giving an explanation of what the media had provided about what happened in the situation. There was a brief video that I did see, and beyond that, not much.
Okay. And what do you remember about the video?
I remember a lot of chaoticness in the video. I remember words in the video in regards to the weapon that was being used. I remember panic in the video.
Okay. Anything else that you remember hearing about this case?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, and the reason you felt that way is because of the information that has been shared about her on social media or TV.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what information you learned about the defendant on social media and TV?
What I learned about the defendant from social media and TV is in regards to the experience that the defendant has with the years of experience of being on the force.
Okay.
And so that's what gave me the negative in regards to having this much experience. You know, in that moment, where did your lack in judgment come in?
Okay. And you also said you had a somewhat negative opinion of Daunte Wright as well, because of what you've heard about him on social media and the TV. Can you tell me what you heard about him that made you form that opinion?
It wasn't necessarily, I don't, from what I remember, I wrote this a little while ago, but in regards to him, I think it was the negative information that was being provided about him in regards to the situation.
Okay.
As him as a person, as him as a young man.
All right. What about him as a young man did you learn that made you form that opinion of him?
It's been a while, so you have to give me a second to think about it.
Take your time.
Okay. I think it gave me, what helped me form my opinion in regards to that was what the media had given out in regards to him being not such a good teen in the streets, if that's clear. Not he was considered to be more of a trouble child than, you know, that was what was given out about him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You also stated in response to the question, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the demonstrations? Your answer was, I live close to the shopping mall that was affected during the Daunte Wright situation, and now it's up and running again. So Did you actually observe any of the demonstrations or participate in any of the demonstrations following the incident?
No, I did not participate in any of the demonstrations. I only saw as far as what was happening on the news in regards to it, but I was over in the area and I did see the damage that was done. So when I filled out the summary or when I submitted this survey for this, at that time the process had been in play to clean up the area and get the stores back up and running. So they're running, but there has been damage done to the community.
Okay. And are you going to be able to listen to the evidence in this case and set aside any opinions that you formed with respect to either Ms. Potter or Daunte Wright, and base your decision solely on the testimony that is in this case?
I don't think that it would be a problem for me to review that.
Okay.
No.
And as far as the damage that was done to your community, will that impact at all your decision on whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt?
No, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And you own a taser or a similar device?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Do you own a taser?
I do.
Okay, have you used it before?
No.
All right. And you have no training on handling the taser, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You don't have any training on the use of a taser, do you?
No.
Okay. And why did you get a taser?
Protection.
Okay. Do you have any strong opinions about whether or not tasers should be used?
No, I think it depends on the individual and the force that it's used within.
Okay. Your answers to 18 and 19 deal with Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And you were asked whether you were favorable or unfavorable, how you felt about those two groups. And you indicated that you felt somewhat unfavorable to Black Lives Matter and somewhat unfavorable to Blue Lives Matter because it divides the communities. Would you explain your answer a little more?
I feel like within any organization there are things that need to be worked out, and that's where my answer came from. Not everything is all good and not everything is all bad. And I do think that as a community, living in the community, being in the community, we all need to work together to make sure that the community is moving successfully.
Okay. Now, you have been a victim of two crimes, at least. You were robbed and you were a victim of theft. Mm-hmm. Did you report those crimes to the police?
No.
And why didn't you?
This was in my younger years, so I just didn't think that it was necessary for me to do so.
Okay. So how long ago did the robbery take place?
Probably 20 years ago.
Okay, that was a long time ago. What about the theft?
It was the same incident.
Oh, okay.
It was combined together. So.
All right. And your family has been accused, someone in your family was accused of theft, and did that family member have any complaints about how the police treated him or her?
No.
Did you feel that justice was done in that case?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about that that makes you think you shouldn't sit as a juror in this case?
No.
Okay. One of the questions talks about jury deliberation, that the jury might be sequestered. That means that you may have to be taken to a hotel to stay overnight, and you indicated that you had some concerns about your children should that happen. If that were to happen, would you be able to get child care?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the question, is there a reason why you would not be able to give your full attention to a trial during your time as a juror, you indicated my children. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I have, they require a lot of time. And so considering that we are in the month of December with the holiday seasons, that would be of concern for me, just taking away time from them.
Okay. I understand that. And how many children do you have? 2. Okay. Are you still willing to serve if you're asked to?
Yes.
Okay. Our best estimate is that we're going to be completely done by Christmas Eve. Okay, and as I told you in the introduction, no matter what, even if we're not done, we're taking Christmas Eve off and Christmas Eve weekend off, and we wouldn't start until the following Monday. Okay. In response to question number 10, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked yes, no, and not sure. And, you know, I can understand that you'd be ambivalent about it, but could you elaborate on your answers?
It's just more so of a new experience and not, it's unfamiliar territory. So that's where my yes, no, unsure answer comes in.
Okay. I know it's that you've never served on a jury before, but I want to assure you that I've talked to jurors after they come to a verdict, and all of them have told me that they weren't real excited about getting summoned for jury duty, but in the end they were really glad they had an opportunity to serve because they learned a lot about our justice system and stepped away with a renewed appreciation for it. So something to look forward to. Okay. All right, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter. It means Earl Gray and Amanda Montgomery. And at this stage, we get to ask you some questions. It won't take too long. And then my colleague from the state will ask you some questions too, and then you'll be done.
Okay.
Fair enough. Tell me about your taser, when you bought it, and why you bought it, and what kind it is. If you could give me a little narrative on that, that'd be helpful.
Well, I purchased it a couple of years ago. It is a small compact taser. It's purple. Kind of just carry it in my purse for protection when I'm out walking at night or something like that.
Where did you buy it? If you remember.
I don't remember at this point where I purchased it from. I've had it for a while.
Was there a permit required to carry a taser? Help me with that.
No.
Do you keep it with you all the time?
Most of the time.
Do any of the other members of your family have a taser?
No.
Have you ever used it?
No.
Have you ever practiced with it?
Are you asking, have I seen if it works?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you help me with this, when you bought it, did they give you a class on it, or you just kind of bring it home and figure it out on your own?
I believe there may have been an instruction manual with it, but there was no class for it. No.
You indicated, as Judge Chu asked you about, that you had a somewhat negative impression of Officer Potter. I mean, you understand, of course, that she's presumed innocent here.
Yes.
And you'll give her that presumption. I mean, you got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't mean to interrupt you. And that the presumption of innocence doesn't have any negative connotations with it. You can't be somewhat negative and still presume someone innocent. You understand that?
Understandable.
It indicates on your questionnaire, which we have, and I know it's been a while for you, that you saw the video 4 to 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Oh, I'm sorry. For me, yes.
Okay. Where did you see it?
On the news.
Did you take some time to look at the video on the internet as well?
No.
Okay. Have you searched the internet for this particular case?
No.
You indicate in another question that it's a terrible situation, that you've talked about Mr. Wright's death with your family and friends, and what opinions you've expressed, and you say it's a terrible situation. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Well, considering the times that we are in, it is definitely a terrible situation with what's going on. That continues to be displayed in the news about what happens with the police and people in the community. That's why I say it's a terrible situation, because it's continuing to happen.
When you say continuing to happen, what do you mean by that?
I mean, with the other cases that are going on in news.
And tell me about those. Tell me about the other cases you're referring to.
You want me to be specific?
Sure.
With the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Okay. Any other cases?
There's multiple. I just can't I can't give specific names. There's a lot in the media.
Okay. Have those had, I take it those have had a profound impact on you, or at least they've had an impact on your thinking?
No.
No, not at all?
No, it's just terrible situations that happen.
Well, the loss of life, I think we can all agree, is a horrible thing.
Yes.
But you understand, in this case, it's really about the elements of the offense and whether they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the offense.
Yes.
And if they can't prove the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you're obligated to acquit. You understand that?
I understand.
The judge asked you about whether you or someone close to you had been arrested, and you said yes. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? I don't mean to pry either. Is it a friend of the family or someone else?
Yeah, it's a family member.
Okay. And was the family member eventually charged with a crime? Do you remember?
It's been a while ago. I don't believe they were.
How long ago was it? I'm putting you on the spot, I know.
I don't know, maybe 15 years ago.
Then there was a question. There was question number 7, where they had you. The court had you strongly disagree, strongly agree on certain questions. You remember this one? If you don't, I'll ask you anyway, Clint.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And for the most part, you circled 3, which was no opinion. I did circle 2 questions I want to ask you about. The first question was, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
Correct.
Do you stay with that? And if so, tell me give me a little bit of a background on why you said that.
Can you repeat that for me
Sure,
one more time,
sure.
what my response was?
It's a little confusing, the questions. Quotes, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
I think I was speaking into the amount of information that is given in the media in regards to people with certain skin colors.
Help me with that. What are you saying?
I think there's more negative information provided about people of different skin colors.
In the media?
Yes. There's always a negative connotation of when someone is, there's a situation that happened, and then they go to giving negative information about that person that does not necessarily go with the case.
So the media at times doesn't presume innocence, in other words.
Yes.
Which is another way of saying the same thing, I suppose, in a way. Okay. Then you also answered this question, the quotes, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say, I strongly disagree.
Correct.
Could you help me with why you answered that way and explain your answer a little bit?
I answered that way because this is a servitude job, and when you get into this position, you need to understand that it's a tough job, and so you have to maintain that level of professionalism when you get into that position, knowing that you took on this position and it may get really tough for you.
Would that thought make it difficult for you to sit on a jury, in this case, given her experience as a police officer?
No, sir.
And why wouldn't it? I'm not suggesting it would. I just want you to talk to me a little bit.
Why wouldn't it what?
Why would you've indicated that you strongly disagree as to the right to second-guess decisions. You have a right to second-guess the decisions of the police, basically. And the question I had was, where a police officer is experienced and has been on the force for a while, does that change your answer at all or make it even more firm than it was before?
No, it doesn't change my answer.
We're all human beings, and you're willing to look at what happened here.
Yes.
And you've mentioned that it was chaotic.
Yes.
You've indicated your employment as a teacher. We're not going to ask you where you work. Would you, if selected here, lose income from that job by serving here? And if so, would that be a factor for you? If not, fine too. I'm just curious.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
We have your profession here as a teacher.
Yes.
It's full time. Would there be a loss of income for you if you were to be selected here?
Slightly, yes.
Okay. Would that be difficult for you
No, sir.
Okay. Would they be paying you? Would your school be paying you while you're here?
At this moment, I'm currently looking into that, so I don't have an answer for you about that.
And a couple more questions. Your husband's a truck driver. I don't want to ask where he works. We're trying to be anonymous here. What kind of truck driver is he, if you could tell me?
Semi.
Over the road?
Local.
And then on page 11 and paragraph 12, you indicated that you had training and experience in civil rights or social justice issues. Do you remember doing that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned counseling, psychology, mental health, and you said you checked that as well. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me go into the final questions then. I mean, it is a high-profile case,
Correct.
and you mentioned that in your questionnaire. And you also checked the not sure box as to whether or not this would be the right case for you to sit on. How do you feel about it now after I've talked to you and after Judge Chu has talked to you?
I would be comfortable doing it.
Do you feel as if in your community there would be any adverse ramifications to you if you were to find that the proof was insufficient, not enough, and acquit Officer Potter of the crimes charged?
No, that is not a concern for me.
And I don't mean to insult you by asking, I just wanted to know. Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Couple more questions. I may have been wrong about the social justice question. I may have misread that, so forgive me on that one. Sorry about that. Okay. It's hard to get all these check marks right. Your Honor, we passed this juror. Thank you very much for answering my question.
Okay. The state may proceed.
Good morning.
Thank you for bearing with us, and I apologize for just calling you by number, but it's just the way we're doing it in this case. So I come third in line, so a lot of my questions have already been asked. I'll probably have fewer questions, but please bear with me, and I'll try to not be too repetitive, okay?
Yes.
You indicate, the taser that you have, is it the kind that just shocks, produces an electric shock, or does it actually shoot barbs out of it? Do you know what I mean?
I believe it just produces an electric shock, and it has a flashlight on it.
Okay. And, obviously, you know that this case involves a taser. Would you have any difficulty setting aside what you know about the device you have and making a decision based only on what you hear in this case about it?
No, sir.
You indicate that you have a permit to carry,
Yes, sir.
and obviously there's training that goes along with that you have to get a permit, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, kind of same question. Any difficulty for you setting aside, what you learned in your training to get your permit when deciding the case here only on the evidence presented?
No, sir.
So obviously what we don't want is a juror saying, well, wait a minute, I did this and I learned that, and right? It's just the evidence in the case.
I understand, yes. No, sir.
Mr. Eng asked you, I thought you had a really interesting exchange with him about things that get into the media, and you agreed that the media doesn't always presume innocence, right?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you see that the media has a different function than a jury, right?
Yes, sir.
And so they're presenting what they consider a good story for their purposes, right?
Yes.
But you know that as a juror, I assume you know that as a juror, you have to put aside what you heard in the media, decide the case based solely on the evidence in the courtroom.
Correct, sir.
Any trouble you think you'd have doing that in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. So you would presume innocence, right?
Excuse me?
You would presume innocence, right?
For what?
For the defendant in this case, right? So I guess going back to what you said about the media doesn't presume innocence.
Oh, innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. You talked about chaos in the video, and do you think that? Well, let me ask it this way: you had seen the video like 3 or 4 times on TV,
Yes.
and never had any other opportunities to watch any other videos of the incident.
No, sir.
So your characterization of it as chaotic comes from just watching on the media, the news.
Yes, in the particular clips that were shown.
Yeah. And again, kind of the same question. Knowing jurors have to base their decision on evidence in the courtroom, would you have any difficulty setting aside, those what you saw in those videos and your impressions of them if you serve as a juror?
No, sir.
Do you think you're and I'm sorry if it seems like we're prying, I don't mean to ask personal questions, but we just have to make sure that we're getting the right people for each jury, right?
Understandable.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if it seems like I'm prying and getting too personal, but do you think you're the kind of person that's willing to listen to other views as a jury?
Definitely.
A juror? And as well as share your own.
Yes, sir.
Because I've never been on a jury. I don't know if you haven't either, right?
No, sir.
But it's a weird thing about you make your own decisions, but you also deliberate with other jurors. Do you think you would be willing to both listen and share your views with other jurors during deliberation?
Yes, sir.
You indicate that you have a family member who's in the military or has been in the military. Do you recall saying that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that person a close family member or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, again, I don't want to know specifics, but how close? How often do you see that person?
Not often. They're reachable by phone, but we don't see each other physically often.
So, their life in the military, not something that you're a big part of, other than just being related.
Oh, they're currently not active, no.
Okay. Do you remember how long they were in the military?
No, sir.
Okay. So it hasn't been a big part of your life, that person's military experience?
No, sir.
I kind of forgot to follow up on this when we were talking about your permit earlier, but you do own a gun. And maybe that's not something we want to share publicly, but let me just ask you this about it. It suggests that you have a concern for your safety.
Not necessarily. They're also used for sport and as a hobby.
Okay. All right. So, we all, I think we all, have some preference for police officers in our community to help with safety, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just, curious about, so your the gun, if you do own one, is not necessarily for safety, it's for other purposes as well.
Yes, sir.
And so you, all right. Can you excuse me for just a second? Your Honor, if I could have just a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Juror 19. That's all the questions I have. Your Honor, we'd pass the juror for cause.
Juror number 19, you will be on this jury. Okay?
Okay.
You will get a call from the jury office telling you where to report, what time, and where. We're going to start up on December 8th. That's our best estimate, but you'll get a call confirming that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Yeah, we have the next group coming in now, right? Yes. Okay.
No.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, good morning. I'm Regina Chu, and I'll be the presiding judge in this trial. I want to start out by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. These are, of course, not normal times. These are extremely trying times. So it is with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that we say thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights that we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial, in unusual, trying times is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure that our justice system moves forward even in the midst of a pandemic. You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy, and we could not do this without you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we all can do is do our civic duty and serve as jurors. Our justice system simply would not work without good citizens like you. So I'm saying thank you again because I really can't say it enough. All right, as you know, this is a criminal case in which the state of Minnesota has charged the defendant, Kimberly Potter, with the following charges. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm. And that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm, so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 alleges second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Daunte Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. This plea denies the charges made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, Mr. Josh Larson, and Mr. Raul Shah. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Eng, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. And would the defendant please stand up? Thank you. Now I have two staff members, clerks that will be assisting me throughout this trial. You may have met them already. Mr. Zach Kramer, who is my law clerk, and Ms. Jessica Bauer, who is my judicial clerk. And they will be here to take care of all administrative matters. And if you need to get a message to me of a personal nature, please let my staff know, and they'll make sure that they tell me what the problem is. And seated in front of the bench is the court reporter, Ms. Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for and keeping a formal record of the proceedings. That means when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so that our court reporter can make an accurate record. If your question is yes or no, you must answer orally instead of shaking your head. And please refrain from saying uh-huh and because that doesn't make for a clear record. Okay, a couple of comments about courtroom logistics. First of all, please wear your mask when you are in the courtroom, and the only time you may remove your mask is when you are being asked questions in the witness box, okay? And the attorneys have been told that they must wear their masks as well, except when they're at the podium asking questions. Let me give you a general idea of what jury selection, or what we call voir dire, will look like. First of all, I'm going to be asking you as a group, the four of you, questions, and I would ask that you raise your hand in response to my questions. You don't have to answer verbally. In fact, don't answer verbally, just raise your hand. Then what will happen is I'll ask questions of each individual prospective juror individually. So the other jurors will be excused and we'll take you one at a time. When we're doing the one at a time questioning, the attorneys will also have an opportunity to ask you some questions as well. And I know that you've already filled out a questionnaire. It's a rather lengthy questionnaire. We don't expect the individual questioning to take very long. And by the way, thank you for answering the questionnaire. All right. The courtroom, we can't regulate it very well, so please dress in layers. And there may be some delays during the trial. I want you to know that I'm very sensitive to the time, your time, and I try to take care of all legal matters before court starts or after court is over and you've left. But sometimes unanticipated issues come up that require my attention. So I want to apologize in advance if that should happen. I would suggest, because we do take breaks during the trial, you may want to bring with you something to read. And you may bring what you want to drink into the courtroom as long as it has a cap on it. Okay. I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions. There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American justice system is that the jury determines whether the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American jurors do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure both the defendant and the state receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you some questions. Remember that you will be under oath when you answer these questions and that you must answer truthfully. The questioning is a very important part of the process. All of us hold personal opinions and all of us have had life experiences. We wouldn't be human if we didn't. The purpose of jury selection is to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or whether something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be a fair and impartial juror in this type of a case. Put differently, those opinions and life experiences would render it difficult for you to listen to the evidence and decide the case solely on the evidence presented in the case. Please don't take any offense to the questions that will be asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence. Fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in the case and not on anything that is not presented in the case. Of course, we want you to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based solely on the evidence you hear during the trial. Now, your obligation is to honestly answer the questions, and even if you're not asked, tell us of anything that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Now, some of you may be excused from this jury. Please don't take offense with that. I hope you will understand if that happens. All right, at this point, I would like you to all stand up and raise your right hand and face my law clerk while he administers the oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we are now going to move to the individual questioning. And so we are starting with juror number 20. So juror number 20, will you please stay in the courtroom? And the remaining jurors may follow the deputy. Oh.
Quick question. The court has general questions.
Oh, I forgot the general questions. I'm sorry. That's right. Okay. First of all, do any of you have any serious concerns about your health that would affect your ability to serve as a juror in this case? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Do any of you have any problems understanding or hearing what I'm saying? Please raise your hand. Okay, and you are juror number? Okay, thank you. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proved guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has the burden of proof? Please raise your hand if you agree. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. If you are willing to do this, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. If you are chosen as a juror, I'll instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Now, there will be police officers who will testify in this case as well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. You know, it's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look for are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? And what is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. You were given a list of possible witnesses earlier. They may not all testify. Do any of you know any of the witnesses on the list? I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. Okay. We will start with opening statements by December 8th and expect to be finished before Christmas Eve. Now, that's our best estimate. Now, don't be concerned if we don't finish by Christmas Eve, because I intend to take Christmas Eve and that weekend off and start December 27 if we're not done. Okay. Let me give you an idea of what the schedule is going to be if you are chosen to be a juror in this case. Typically, we'll start from 9 and go until 4:30 or 5. There's a 20-minute break in the morning and a 20-minute break in the afternoon, and we take lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. All right, please remember while court is in recess that you must not talk to anyone involved in this case, nor shall you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, if you see the attorneys or parties in the hallway, don't take offense if they don't say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in the case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that rule could jeopardize the trial. This prohibition will continue until a verdict has been rendered. Okay, now I jumped the gun before, but at this point we're going to do individual voir dire. So juror number 20 should stay, and the remaining jurors may follow the deputy back to the courtroom waiting room. Thank you. All right, please be seated. Okay, juror number 20, will you please come up here and take the seat in the witness box right next to me? All right. You may remove your mask. All right, thank you for responding to the questionnaire. You indicated, just a couple of questions, okay? You indicated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. As she sits here today, can you give her the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Okay. And can you decide this case solely on the evidence that's presented in this case and my instructions, notwithstanding any prior impressions you may have, prior impressions or opinions you may have formed?
Yes.
In response to that question on the questionnaire, being able to decide the case only on the evidence you receive in court, you said, I believe I can. Can you give me an affirmative yes?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Okay. Now, you were a victim of a crime when your apartment was broken into,
Yep.
correct?
Yes.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and were you satisfied, dissatisfied, or neutral on how they responded?
I would say neutral. Yeah. I mean, they responded. They were respectful. Nothing really came of it, I guess. But
Okay. Anything about that makes you think you would be biased against police officers?
no.
Okay. You stated that your cousin was tased during an arrest. How long ago did that happen?
I basically have this story secondhand, but it's my mom's brother's son. So my mom told me the story. I think it was like a year ago, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. And you never talked to him directly?
I have not talked to him about it.
Okay. Anything about that makes you think you shouldn't be a juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were, yourself and your spouse were victims of a burglary in D.C. Was that the same one?
That was the same one.
Okay. And someone in your family were charged or accused or convicted of crimes. And my question is, did you think that justice was done in those cases?
Yes.
Okay. Did your family ever indicate any dissatisfaction with the way the police handled
No.
the situation?
Not that I heard of, no.
Okay. And again, I asked, or the questionnaire asked, would any of those experiences make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial? And you said, I don't believe so, but do you?
No, they wouldn't. I was very young when all that happened. So I was young when all that happened.
Okay. And you said, I don't believe so, because that's Minnesotan way of saying yes,
No,
right?
yeah.
Okay. You stated that one of the reasons that you may not be able to give your complete attention to the trial, well, you answered, you said that you could, but you've got 3 small children, but if you weren't away for the whole 2 weeks, everybody would be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can give your complete attention during the trial?
Yes, the youngest 2 are 3. I am kind of their caregiver on Fridays. But if need be, I'm sure I could figure something out.
Okay, good. And would your concern about your children prevent you from paying attention during the trial?
No.
Okay. You stated that you weren't sure that you wanted to serve as a juror in this case, but are you willing to do so if you're chosen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Counsel?
Good morning. My name is Earl Gray. I'm one of the lawyers for Kim Potter. Paul Eng and Amanda Montgomery are also lawyers representing Kim Potter. I've read your questionnaire more than once, and I'm going to ask you some questions pertaining to it. I don't think there'll be that many questions, but they're, I believe, important questions. First of all, you, in your answer to my clients, do you have a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter? You say somewhat negative. Do you remember saying that?
I do, yeah.
Okay, and your reason is, why do you feel that way? Grabbing your gun and firing it in an accident, I think that's what it is there, seems like a very stupid mistake with very underlined. Do you remember answering that way?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, well, is that still your opinion?
I mean, not having much experience with guns in general, or handguns specifically, or tasers at all, that's like on the surface, I would say that seems like my opinion, yeah.
That's your what? I'm sorry.
That would be, my uninformed opinion, yes.
Okay, you understand, though, do you not, that that's not evidence in this case? What you saw in the video and what you've talked with your friends about, that stays outside the courtroom.
Yeah.
And you must decide the case on what you hear here and what you believe here. You understand
Yes,
that?
I understand.
Okay. In addition to that, though, you, in your answer to 6, well, back up. You state in your second answer that from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have any general impression of Daunte Wright? You say neutral. And you answered by, I don't remember hearing much about him. I know he was pretty young, but that's all I recall. Is that all you recall today as to what you've heard about him?
That is all I recall, yeah.
Okay. And where did you hear that?
I feel like I had read maybe an article shortly after the incident happened, but I never watched the video or anything like that. So.
Oh, you haven't watched the video? Oh, okay. I apologize. I'm just assuming everybody
that's okay, yeah.
has seen the video. And then you go back. So you say you read this in the paper?
Yeah, I believe I read it in
what newspaper, do you remember?
I believe it was the Star Tribune.
Okay. Do you regularly read the Star Tribune?
Not regularly, no.
All right. Thank you. Another question here. Have you talked about Daunte Wright's death with your family, friends, or coworkers, or discussed it online, for example? And your answer is yes.
Yeah, it was discussed at work. My coworkers are, news junkies, I guess. I try to stay away from it, but that was most of the discussion that I recall.
You again mentioned that it was discussed at work briefly. I don't think I had much of an opinion aside from it being sad, and it seems like a very dumb mistake. Was that what your opinion was when you were talking with your fellow workers?
Yes.
Or is that their opinion? Or
that
both?
would have been my opinion. I don't recall what their opinion was.
Okay. And so that was your opinion then, and it still is your opinion?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the questionnaire also asks you questions about police in my community make me feel safe, and you have no opinion on that.
Yeah, I think that is accurate. I guess I have an opinion, but it's sort of neutral. I think I was raised to trust police officers, but
You still trust police officers?
I don't know. I try
Why is
to,
that?
but I think just given, I would say police officers interactions with police officers in general make me nervous. That seems like a normal reaction. I don't know, but like I said, I was raised to trust them.
You've had any bad experiences with police
Nothing
officers?
specific, no.
What do you mean by nothing specific?
I have not had any bad experiences personally with police officers.
It's from you. It's from what you read and what you talked about with friends. Is that how you base that?
My neutral or somewhat negative, nervous opinion. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
I don't know. I guess maybe when I was a kid, the police officers in town were, they tried to intimidate you a little bit just to kind of keep you in line behaving yourself.
Okay, what town is that?
Am I supposed to talk about that location where I grew up? It was a small town in the metro area.
Okay. And you had, but what you're also saying is you never had any bad experiences with the law enforcement officers in that town. Is that right?
Nothing traumatic. It was all just I didn't have much experience with them at all, but it was all pretty minor. I'm sure police officers get tired of dealing with teenage kids. None of it was ever serious in any way.
And you have no opinion also about defunding the police? Is that because you haven't studied it, or why?
Mostly, at the time when I filled out the questionnaire, I hadn't really looked into it that much. I'm a Minneapolis. Well, I had to vote in the last election on that question in Minneapolis, and so I studied a little bit on it. But I still a little. I guess I would say I'm neutral on that.
Okay, and you're also neutral on I do not trust the police, and people do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. You're both neutral on that?
Yeah.
It says no opinion, that's...
I would say that I'm neutral on that.
And the other questions, questionnaire, you seem to believe that black people are not treated fairly in our criminal justice system. Is that a fair...
Yes, I would say that's fair.
And what do you base that on what you've read?
Just things that I've read and listened to over the years. Just
Have you ever observed any police officer treating somebody unfairly?
Personally,
Yeah.
I can't think of any incident where I personally witnessed that. No.
You have 3 children,
Yeah.
twins?
Yep. Yeah.
Congratulations. Then you're asked about, well, the court went over that, but would your experiences as a victim of crime or accused of a crime, those experiences in your background, would it make it difficult for you to be a fair and impartial juror? And the answer is, I don't believe so. What do you mean by that? Do you think that it would be?
I mean, no, they wouldn't. I think that was just like the judge said, kind of wishy-washy way of saying no.
Okay, all right. I'll put that down here.
Okay.
And your answers regarding the criminal justice system, you're asked if you think it's a fair system. And your answer is, I think it's fair as long as the group of jurors comes from a diverse background. And by diverse background, do you mean by race or by work or by employment or all of them?
All of that, yeah.
Okay, any one special one that you believe is important?
No, I think they're all equally important.
Here's another answer that is difficult to disagree with. I think it generally works, the criminal justice system, but is unfair to certain groups of people. I think the poorer you are, the harder it's going to be to get fair treatment. And that's your opinion, correct?
Yeah.
And you realize, though, that the poor and the middle class and the wealthy all have a right to a fair trial.
Yes.
And you also understand that the state of Minnesota or any government body has unending resources to convict a person if they charge them. You understand that?
Unending resources?
Yes, they can spend as much money as they feel is required to get a conviction.
Okay. I guess I didn't realize that, but if you're telling me that's true, I have no reason not to believe you.
This case is entitled State of Minnesota versus Kimberly Potter. Mm-hmm. And the state of Minnesota is represented by the Attorney General and the lawyers over there. And they have unending resources that an individual would not have. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yeah.
And although this is the criminal justice system is fair, the fact is it's an adversary proceeding. The state has brought a case against my client, and we are defending that case. You understand that, don't you?
Yes.
And it's your goal as a juror to listen to all of the evidence, decide what evidence you believe, and then apply the law along with your common sense and your world experiences, your life experiences. Would you be able to do that?
Yes.
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 Yeah. She takes everything down. And getting to the end of your questionnaire, sir, and I apologize, but as I'm sure you realize, this is a quite serious case.
Yep.
And one of the most important decisions in this case by the jury, of course, is at the end of the case and deciding whether or not the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Another important decision, however, second only to that, is whether or not you have a fair jury. And we don't know you, and the only way we can find that out is through questionnaires and questions to you. So if you feel that you can't be fair, and I'm not saying you can't be, now is the time to say that. Now later, when you go into that jury room and you feel you're biased. So now is the time to explore your thoughts, because we don't know you, it's just a questionnaire, and to make that decision. And I say that because of the last couple of questions here. And one of them, the first one is, I do believe minorities have been and are treated unfairly in the country. I think I could set that apart from the facts, but it's something I feel. You say from the facts of the case. And I'm sure what you read in the paper, the deceased in this case is black.
Yep.
And my client is white.
Yes.
And if that would affect your decision in any way, now is the time to say it. Not later, but now, because that state of Minnesota and my client, our client, have a right to a fair jury. So, do you think you could fairly judge this case based on the evidence and block this belief out? Or can you not? And now is the time to say that.
I think I could fairly judge the case, yes. Based on the facts that are presented.
Excuse me?
Based on the facts that are presented, the facts and evidence that
Okay.
would be presented, I think I can.
And it wouldn't enter into your mind that the deceased in this case is black and my client is white?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, so I asked an answer.
That's all.
Respond to that again.
No, I think I could fairly judge the.
Okay. One last question. Is there anything that wasn't covered in the questionnaire that we should know about as lawyers in the case in making a determination if you're fair? Anything in your background?
Nope.
Okay.
Not that I can think of, no.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, we'll exercise our second preempt. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Juror number 20, thank you so much. You're excused from this panel.
Thank you.
And have a great rest of the day, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we are going to take a 20-minute break, okay? Thank you for asking.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Deputy. Hello, juror number 21. Please have a seat, and you may remove your mask. Thank you for filling out the questionnaire. I just have a couple of follow-up questions, and the attorneys may have some too, okay? You stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter and a somewhat negative impression of Daunte Wright. My question is whether or not you could listen to the evidence in this case and base your decision only on the evidence in this case, your common sense and my instructions, and not base it on some preconceived general impression you formed before.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. There was a question on the questionnaire, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the demonstrations? And your answer was, I believe people are asking us to see. I don't remember if you remember that answer, but could you explain what you meant?
I think, yes, there's negative impacts, but yes, there's a lot of positive impacts because it's raising conversations that we haven't had before. Mm-hmm. And I think that was positive, but it's happening in a negative fashion. So,
in a negative fashion.
Well, there's a lot of things going on around there. There was a lot of looting and stuff that I consider negative. But I think a lot of the things that people were trying to say were positive things that we hard conversations to have.
Gotcha.
Getting us to open our eyes.
You have a brother-in-law that's in law enforcement?
I do. Well, he works with the Department of Commerce. So.
Okay, so what's his position?
Special agent.
Oh, okay. So FBI or?
I don't know exactly. He's part of the Department of Commerce, so it's not FBI.
Okay.
He works out in D.C.
All right. Do you have a lot of contact with him?
On holidays.
Okay.
Yes.
A close friend of yours was a victim of a crime. It was a break-in.
Yes.
And did your friend ever express any dissatisfaction with how the police responded?
No, actually, I was there. It's my neighbor, and it wasn't. The police acted very professionally, and everything was handled wonderfully.
Okay. Did they ever find the culprit?
Yeah, the guy walked into his living room and just sat down on the couch. So the police did come, and the guy was escorted out. And
okay. Uninvited guest.
It was yes, very uninvited guest at 3 a.m. All
right. And you served on a jury in a criminal case, and that case was about protesters trespassing, right? Is there anything about that case and sitting on a jury in that case that makes you think you would not be a good juror in this case?
No.
Okay. How did you like jury duty when you sat on that case?
I found it informative.
Okay. So it wasn't terrible, right?
No, it wasn't terrible.
All
No,
right.
it was not.
And would you describe it as a learning experience, maybe?
Definitely.
Okay. Are you willing to serve as a juror in this case?
If I'm called upon, yes.
Okay, good. All right. Is there anything that we should know about you that was not on the questionnaire that would impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you. Counsel?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'll call you 21. That's the jury you are. I'm going to ask you just a few questions about your answers to the questions in the questionnaire. How long ago was that jury trial you sat on? Was it more than 4 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly 10 years, I'd say.
All right. And you do mention in your juror questionnaire, you've already told the judge, explained that to the judge, that you had a somewhat negative impression of my client, our client, Kim Potter, and you had a somewhat negative impression of Daunte Wright. And your answer to the Daunte Wright reason is, I don't condone fleeing from a police officer. And is that the reason that you have a negative?
This is one of them, yeah, that would be the
Okay. And also on our client's reason, I believe when training in fellow officers, your actions should be more thought out. Have you seen the video in this case, sir?
yes, I have.
Okay. I'm sorry, the answer's right down here, 2 to 8 times. Have you seen it? That's what you say here, I don't know.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago when it was out quite a bit when it first happened. That's when I...
If you're asked, or if you're called upon to be a juror in this case, could you rely on the evidence in the courtroom here and not rely on any of the video you observed, or for that matter, any newspaper articles, magazine articles that you've read about this? Could you keep those outside the courtroom?
I've ceased reading any articles about this since you guys instructed me to, so yes, I think I could.
On page 9 of answer 19, how favorable or unfavorable are you about Blue Lives Matter? And you say you're neutral, and then you state, it feels like marketing. Of course, all lives are matter, but cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate. What did you exactly mean by that?
When it seemed like a marketing aspect to counter Black Lives Matter and kind of counter the thought process that they're trying to get across, and I didn't necessarily agree with the process.
With the Cop Lives Matter?
I don't disagree that Cop Lives Matter.
Right.
It just seemed like it was to counter something else that was another.
I guess my question pertained to cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate. What did you mean by that?
Well, Black Lives Matter is trying to draw attention to people dying at an alarming rate, and I think that's what they're trying to do.
Are you taking that from your belief that more blacks are dying at the hands of police officers than police officers are dying in the state? Or for that matter in the United States?
Essentially, yes.
But you don't have any statistics on that, do you?
No, I didn't look up any statistics.
Okay.
So.
And would you keep that out of the courtroom when
Yes.
you decide this case? Rely on the evidence? You have to answer yes or no. Court reporter. The court reporter, if it takes it down.
Okay.
Why don't you ask your question again?
Okay. That might be a tough job, Judge.
Sorry.
I'd already forgot about that question. You hadn't done any studies on whether or not cops aren't dying at nearly the same rate?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would that enter into your decision in this case?
No.
If you're asked as a juror, called as a juror, and you're deciding this case, would you keep that outside the courtroom?
Sure.
Okay. Your honest answer to 10, not that all the rest of them were honest too, but this one, time away from work and family, but this is only my selfish reasons.
What was the question on number 10?
Oh, why do you feel that way about, here, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? Not sure. And do you want to serve as a juror, or would you rather go home?
Well, I think it would be. It's kind of, there are some difficulties that would have to be overcome. Yes.
Okay, and what are those? Would you be able to overcome them?
Yes, I would be able to. I was just being honest that spending time away from my family would be difficult.
Okay. With respect to your employment, do you work days?
I do.
Okay, so it wouldn't be much different than that, unless you.
Well, yes, I have a deal worked out with my wife that the child care issue would be have to be dealt with.
You have all young children.
Yes.
You'll get out of that for a few days. Is that fair?
You'd have to ask my wife that question.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Great. We'll pass the juror. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 21, I apologize for calling you by number. It's just the way we're doing it in this case, but I know it's rather impersonal. Thank you for your answers. I kind of come third in line, so a lot of my questions have been asked, and I'll try not to be repetitive, but just a couple things to follow up on. Your impression of the victim in this case, you don't condone fleeing from a police officer. That's a perfectly understandable answer. And I just want to ask you, if you were to serve as a juror, would you look at that aspect of the case as just another part of all the evidence put forward in the case? Does that make sense to you?
I think so.
I mean, whether we condone it generally,
yes, I understand.
may not be relevant to how it plays out in a case in a courtroom. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I'm not telling you, how to think about it one way or the other. It's just, I just wanted to ask that, you'd be able to view the evidence in the courtroom about the whole case, fairly and openly. Is that something you can do?
I think I can.
Yeah. Yeah, and did I hear you right? The person that broke into your neighbor's house just had a seat on the couch and was apprehended there?
Yeah, there was some, I believe, alcohol, drugs, and some possible mental illness involved in that, yes.
So that situation was handled pretty swiftly.
Yeah, yes, it was.
There was the chart of questions about agree and disagree. Do you recall that?
Not all of them, but yes.
Yeah. It was a long time ago you filled this out, I assume, right?
I believe it was back in August. So.
Yeah. There's one question about police in my community make me feel safe, and you agreed with that. I mean, I think we all want the police to make us feel safe in our community, right? Anything about that? I mean, obviously this is a case that involves a police officer. Anything about, that notion that would make it difficult for you to be a fair and impartial juror in a case involving a police officer?
I don't think it would affect me, no.
Okay. Well, maybe this is the good thing about jury questionnaires. It gets a lot of my question answers answered ahead of time. Can you excuse me for just a moment, please? Your Honor, may I please? Thank you for your patience. There is one thing I did want to follow up on. You were asked earlier about your impressions of the victim, Mr. Wright, in this case, and you said something like, not the only reason. Were there other things that you heard about him that affected, an opinion you might have had about him?
No, I haven't. I've been avoiding any of that. That's been out as instructed. It was just based on the whole situation was kind of made me think everything was, from what I seen in the video when it first happened, it made everybody look bad.
And just as I think you assured them that you would not bring impressions made back then about Ms. Potter, same thing with regard to Mr. Wright, correct?
Correct.
And so you would have no difficulty setting aside those previous thoughts and impressions and deciding the case just on the evidence in the courtroom?
Correct.
Yeah, we can pass the juror.
All right. You will be a juror on this case. You'll be receiving a call as to when and where you should report. We estimate that it'll start December 8th, but you'll receive a phone call confirming. Okay? So thank you very much, and have a wonderful rest of the day. Please sit down. And would you please remove your mask?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for being so patient. You're one of the last people we're asking questions of today. Thank you for filling out your questionnaire. You indicated that your spouse is currently retired but worked as a law clerk in the public defender's office. Which county was that in?
Hennepin, it was here.
Okay, so she worked as a law clerk with the Hennepin County Public Defender's Office?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what she did? Do you know what she did as a law clerk?
I don't. I mean, I remember the judge, if you want me to say the judge, but
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
Okay, did she work for a judge too?
Yes.
Okay, so she was a law clerk for a judge as well in Hennepin County?
Yes.
How long ago did, she's now retired, how long ago did she work?
It's been a long time. I'm going to say, well, I'd be giving away my age, but I'm going to say, you know, we're talking 35, 40 years, probably, a long time.
Okay, so
Yeah.
she would have been quite young when she was a law
Yes.
clerk. Okay.
Yes.
And so she not only clerked for the PD's office, but she also clerked for a judge.
Yes.
And how long did she clerk for a judge?
Maybe a year or two.
Okay.
It wasn't, you know, it
All
wasn't very long.
Did she ever end up practicing law?
No,
Okay.
no.
And she was also a policy advocate with Family and Children's Services. Was that
Correct.
Hennepin County as well?
Yes.
And was that also a long time ago?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about your spouse having clerked for the public defender's office that makes you think you'd lean toward the defense and as opposed to the prosecution?
No.
Okay, so you can be fair to both sides?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Are you willing to serve as a juror in this case if you're selected?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you be open-minded, fair, and neutral?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Ng?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Eng. I'm with Earl Gray and Amanda Montgomery. We represent Officer Potter,
Yes.
and I have a chance to ask you just a few questions, and then we're going to be good to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicate on your questionnaire that you have a neutral impression of Officer Potter and a neutral impression of Mr. Wright as well. You remember those questions, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason you had a neutral impression is that you didn't have enough information to make an impression one way or another.
Yes.
As you sit here and Judge Chu asked you about that, will you presume Officer Potter innocent of the offense as you start the trial?
Yes.
Okay, she is going to testify, and will you wait for her testimony before you start to figure out what happened here?
Yes.
And the other witnesses that we will present to you?
Yes.
Okay. You have no difficulty doing that at all, do you?
No.
That's the fair thing to do?
Yes.
And everything in your questionnaire indicates that you will be fair.
Yes, sir.
And nothing has changed, obviously.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't mean to insult you by asking if you'll be fair. It's just we have to do our job and ask the question.
That's okay. I understand.
Okay. And page 4, it said that the question was if you talked about Daunte Wright's death to your family, you say yes. And then you say that the defendant possibly made an error. You remember answering the question that way?
To be honest with you, no, I don't remember exactly how I answered it, with a 16-page document, but
Well, I'll represent to you, quote, that the defendant possibly made an error. That's your answer.
yes. Yes.
And
Yes, sir.
why did you say that?
Well, I guess I'm probably basing it off the 5 to 10 second clip that has been on the news. Really on that, I guess. I have, I have nothing else to base that on.
Yeah, you haven't seen that for a while, I assume.
Correct.
When the first came out
Correct.
last April. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you realize, of course, that whatever you see here matters more, and that you're to decide
Yes.
the case on the courtroom. Okay. And we had a couple of questions on 7, which was this strongly disagree, strongly agree section. And it indicates that the police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agree, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you say because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it's not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say somewhat agree
Yes.
and still feel that way.
I do. Yes.
But once again, you're going to listen to the evidence and
Correct.
let the chips fall where they may.
Correct.
And you mentioned a degree program that you're in currently.
Well, I've been a registered nurse since 1994, and I'm in a nurse practitioner program right now.
Okay.
So,
And when do you expect to finish that?
well, I won't complete that for about another 1.5 years, but I've been going for about 2.5 years now. So.
And that allows you to practice more practice medicine than just be an assistant, so to speak.
Correct. Yeah, it's on a higher level.
Higher
yes.
level?
Yeah.
Is there anything I forgot to ask you? I mean, we've got these are really complete. They're complete for a reason, so we don't make you stay here too often. Anything else that we should know about you?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 22. Sorry to just close. call you by number, but that's just how we're doing it in this case. Hope you'll understand. Wanted to follow up on some of the questions and your answers. You indicated you were asked early on what opinions you have expressed. It was Mr. Eng asked you about it. You said that the defendant possibly made an error. Why did you write that as the answer with regard to your opinion?
Well, because in watching that 5 to 10 second clip, of course, I don't remember the exact allotted time on that. I believe she said that, I didn't mean to shoot him or something to that effect. So I guess that's why I answered it that way.
And so it was just entirely on what you saw of her in that video, in other words?
Basically, yes.
That opinion was limited to that 5 or 10 seconds, whatever the video was. That you
Correct,
saw.
Yes.
You indicated the next page was a question about the demonstrations that have taken place in the Twin Cities. You indicated not, in your community, but you think Minneapolis has been negatively affected. What did you mean by that?
Well, these are all just difficult circumstances of these events. And I think they're difficult from the citizens, all the way up to the police, to the city level. It's just difficult.
Yeah. Do you think it was sort of the lawlessness aspect of it that was really the problem there? Or what's the negative impact from?
I think that contributed to it, yes.
Okay. Were there other things that you think contributed? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Right.
I guess I really can't think of anything else.
And you indicated that you strongly agreed that police in your community make you feel safe. Right?
Yes.
And
I think we need a police department, yes.
Yeah. I think everybody wants to feel safe, and part of the police's job. And the demonstrations, there was not a time of feeling safe, was it?
No, that was difficult to watch. Yeah.
And I assume you don't want to see that happen again, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You were asked, one of the other questions is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you said you somewhat agree with that. Tell us why you chose that.
And I think I'm just basing that off, they've got a difficult job. And maybe it's just me, but I don't know that I necessarily raise them up to a higher standard, but I mean, I certainly expect them to be law-abiding, and they have difficult decisions to make too at times. So.
And part of the decisions that they make are meant to help keep you safe.
Correct, yes.
So you really need them out there.
Correct, yes.
And you indicated, one of the other statements was, I do not trust the police, and you said you strongly disagree. Why did you choose strongly disagree there?
I strongly disagree that I do trust them.
Yeah, it's a double negative.
Sorry.
No, I completely get it. And I have it right in front of me and you don't. So I completely get it. But the statement is, I do not trust the police, and you strongly disagree with that.
I guess I do trust them, I guess, until proven otherwise. I mean, I expect them to protect me. So I don't really have a reason not to trust them until otherwise, depending on the circumstances, I guess.
I mean, is it fair to say that you start out, with a mindset that it's that they're out there to protect me, and I need this now more than ever, and so I really put my trust and faith in them?
Yes. Okay. I mean, yeah.
And because of that, you don't necessarily want to second guess them. Fair?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay. Yeah, what you know about this case obviously involves a former police officer. Given that mindset, the way that you see these things, and I'm not saying your answers are right or wrong; they're your answers, right? But given what you've told us, can you tell us that you can be fair and impartial in a case that involves looking at the actions of a police officer?
Yes.
You feel that you can do that?
Yes.
Hard question to answer. I'm going to ask it anyway. A jury, they sit there and they listen, and they have to make certain decisions on their own, but they also have this group dynamic. You go into the jury room and you deliberate. As you sit here today, can you tell us how you think you're going to put those things, from the demonstrations and the need to feel safe in your community and not second-guessing officers, how are you going to put that out of your mind when it comes to making a decision with other jurors?
And you're asking me how, right? Yeah. How I would put that? Based on the evidence and what is presented to me as a juror, and make a decision from there.
And you won't be able to, think back to, well, I saw that 5 to 10 second clip. I thought this, right? That's the stuff you got to leave out of it.
Correct. Yes.
And you think you can do that?
Yes.
You own some guns yourself. Sounds like mostly for sporting or hunting, right?
Just waterfowl, yeah, like ducks and geese, yeah.
And more of a challenge than a four-legged deer standing on the field.
The ducks are pretty safe when I'm out there.
Yeah. They'd still probably rather you not be there, but you give them a sporting chance, is what
right,
I'm saying.
Right, exactly.
Feel pretty strong about guns?
Well, I like to think that I'm a responsible gun owner. I don't have any reason to have really any other type of weapon than that in the house. I do have a son that I hunt with, and we do it responsibly and under the law. So
Yeah, I think you wrote that this has really been a lifetime thing for you, right? Since you were a kid, right?
Correct, yes, yes.
So you got to take the gun safety classes as a kid and then went hunting with your father.
Yep, correct, yes.
Going to venture into some probably dangerous territory here and talk to you about how long ago your wife worked for the court system. Been a long time. Did you were you married at the time, or was that?
Yeah, we got married after she went to law school, and she went to the U of M and worked for the Family and Children's Services as an advocate for them. Really did not need her law degree at that time, but she did a lot of lobbying, and then she did, the clerk and that for, I believe, a year or two, and never practiced in private practice.
So back then, did you talk much about her work as a clerk or for the judge or the public defender's office?
Well, I mean, she wouldn't talk about like any specific cases, but we would periodically maybe talk about probably more the events in the courtroom than what actually was going on with the prosecution or the defense. So
did she work in those fields at all after that initial spat?
No, she retired early, unfortunately. So
and so she hasn't been working in that field since.
No.
And are you currently working as an RN?
Yes, doing some private home health care. I worked in a number of emergency departments up until last December when St. Joseph's closed their doors, and certainly school now is taking up a fair amount of my time too. So.
Yeah, so that's what I want to ask you, because you indicated you're self-employed. Is that still the situation?
Yes, because I do have some properties too that I manage. So with the nursing, the school, and the properties, I stay pretty busy. So.
You're not retired.
No. And
so, if you are selected as a juror, you got to be here. The judge told you all day. And, for a few weeks, 2-3 weeks. There's a chance you're sequestered during deliberation. That's often very difficult for self-employed people. Can you tell us how that's going to affect you?
Probably the only thing that I can think of, really, the nursing and like the properties, I do not own alone, so that's not an issue. With school here in the middle of the month, I've got a couple of tests that I need to take. However, I can do those online. So other than that, I'm
I was going to ask you about the schooling separately.
pretty open.
Okay. So with regard to the self-employment, are you concerned about losing work opportunities that will affect your income, given the schedule we might have?
It shouldn't be a problem because I do gain income from my properties too. So,
and then school, obviously, it's something we get concerned about because this time of year often there are tests and things to take.
Yeah.
It sounds like you have some coming up, but would you the other thing we don't want you doing is taking tests late into the morning, or into the night, and then being just wiped out the next day from lack of sleep or cramming.
Well, the good thing is it's flexible, since that part of it is online, so I don't have to be in a classroom somewhere.
So just the way we asked this, can you assure us that with all those things going on, your self-employment and your school, you could give your undivided attention here at the courtroom for the trial?
Yes, sir. Yes.
If you could excuse me for just a moment, Your Honor, may I have a moment? Sorry for the separate meeting there. Your Honor, we would pass the juror.
Okay. You will be a juror in this case. We expect to start December 8th, but you will be getting a call from the jury office telling you the exact date, the exact time, and when to report.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good rest of the day, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, number 23. Please have a seat, and you may remove your mask. Okay. All right. I think you raised your hand to my question. Does anyone have a problem hearing or understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you explain why you raised your hand?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh no. When I was asking the group questions, one of my questions was, does anybody have a problem hearing or understanding what I'm saying? And you had raised your hand?
Yeah, I raised my hand because I don't know too much English. I understand a little bit.
Okay, I get it. So,
Your Honor, could the juror take off her mask and use the microphone?
oh yes, I'm sorry, you need to take your mask off.
Okay. Well, I raise my hand because I don't understand too much English.
Okay. And so you would have difficulty, I mean, how long have you been in this country?
22 years.
22 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand, but when I talking, I don't know speaking very good English.
Okay. And when I was giving you general instructions, were you having a problem following?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that your language, your ability to understand English would prevent you from being able to hear and understand the testimony?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. I take it that you're uncomfortable being a juror.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's because of the language.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I am very nervous.
Okay. Does either side wish to ask any questions of number 23?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You're excused. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, counsel, we can't get our next group until 1:30. Okay, because they were all called beforehand. We can probably get lunches early. We can try to get lunches early. Okay. Or my staff will. You brought your own? Okay.
What is that making today?
All right, counsel, I'm really happy to see that jury selection is really moving along. What I want you to start thinking about is whether or not we should start the trial earlier than December 8th. I do want to have at least a day or a half a day to go over jury instructions, okay, because I think it may take some time to do that. Does anyone have any strong feelings about not starting earlier, assuming that will take at least a day beforehand to get the jury instructions finalized?
Can we get back to after lunch?
Sure.
We scheduled around your 8th day.
Right. And I recognize that it may not be possible because we had all counted on December 8th as being the date.
I think I'm just speaking off the cuff. Be dependent upon how much earlier you want to start. I think
Okay.
scheduling matters as well.
Right. Okay, we'll kind of play it by ear. And you might want to check with some of your witnesses to see if they can make it earlier. But notwithstanding, we're going to take a day off before we start the trial, just so we have enough time to do jury instructions. Okay? All right. Have a good lunch, everyone. Yes.
Are you ready for us to get the next batch of jurors?
In 1 second. Yes. I'm ready, Zach. I'll be the presiding judge in this trial. Before we get started, I want to start out by thanking you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. These are, of course, not normal times. These are extremely trying times. So it is with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that we say thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial, in unusual, trying times is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure our justice system moves forward, even in the midst of a pandemic. You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy, and we could not do this without you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we all can do is do our civic duty by serving as jurors. Our justice system would not work without good citizens like you. I'm saying thank you again because I really can't say thank you enough. As you know, this is a criminal case in which the state of Minnesota has charged the defendant, Kimberly Potter, with the following counts. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 alleges second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Daunte Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. That plea denies the charges made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, and Mr. Josh Larson, and other attorneys involved in the case are Attorney General Keith Ellison and Mr. Ra Shah. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Eng, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. And would the defendant please stand? Thank you. I have two clerks that are helping me through this trial, Ms. Jessica Bauer and my law clerk, Mr. Zach Kramer. And they're making sure that all administrative matters are taken care of. If any problems arise, if you're chosen as a juror or you need to get me a message, please let my staff know and they'll make sure the message gets to me. Seated in front of me is Ms. Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter and she's responsible for keeping an accurate proceedings. That means when you respond to questions, you need to speak loudly and clearly. And if you are asked a question, you have to answer orally with a yes or a no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh or uh-uh. Okay? Okay, before we get started here, let me say a couple of things about logistics. First of all, mask wearing. You must wear your mask at all times while you're in the courtroom and in the courthouse generally. The lawyers are also required to wear their masks unless they're at the podium asking you questions. You may remove your mask only when you're in the witness stand and being questioned individually. Let me give you a broad outline of what lawyers call voir dire, which is basically jury selection. I'll give you an idea of what we're going to be doing first. First of all, I'm going to start out with group questions. And if you have a positive response, I want you to raise your hand. Do not answer verbally at this point, okay? After the group questions are done, all of the jurors will be dismissed and we will do you one by one. So I'll start out on the individual questions by doing some follow-up questions on your answers to the questionnaire, and then the attorneys will each have an opportunity to ask questions of you if they have any. Okay, just a couple of points. We can't always control the temperature in the courtroom, so if you're seated as a juror, you will want to dress in layers so that you can put additional clothes on if it's too cold. Also, I want to warn you that there may be delays during the trial. I want to apologize in advance for any delays that might take place. I'm really cognizant of the time that you're taking out of your ordinary lives to serve as a juror, and therefore I try to deal with all legal matters before court starts and or deal with those matters after you leave for the day. But sometimes things come up that nobody anticipated. So I hope you will understand if there are delays. I would suggest that you bring something to read so that you're occupied should there be any delays. And obviously I'll try to keep those down as much as possible. Please understand that the attorneys and I will make every effort to keep the case proceeding. But there may be matters regarding questions of law that must be handled in chambers or when you're not here. And this is to make sure that only the proper evidence is submitted to you for your consideration in rendering your verdict. Okay, I'm going to give you some rules of law that apply in a criminal case at this point. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American criminal justice system is that the jury determines whether the defendant or the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American juries do. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict under American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure that both the state and the defendant receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you questions. Remember that you will be under oath when you answer the questions and that you must answer truthfully. The questioning that will take place is a really important part of the process. That's because all of us hold personal opinions, and all of us have had things happen to us. The purpose of jury selection is to try to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or whether something has happened to someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be fair to both sides in this case, that would prevent you from listening to the evidence and making your decision solely on the evidence presented along with your common sense. Please don't take any offense to the questions that are going to be asked. The purpose is not to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you're not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all of the evidence, and fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in this case and not on anything that is not presented in this case. We want you to bring your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is to answer the questions and tell us of anything, even if you're not asked, that might affect your ability to be fair, open-minded, and neutral. Now, some of you who are questioned may be excused. Please don't take any offense to this. I hope you will understand if that happens. At this point, members of the panel, I'd like you to stand up and raise your right hand and face my law clerk while he administers the oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, I do.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, panel members, I'm going to start with the group questions. And again, just to remind you, don't answer orally, just raise your hand. Does anyone on this panel have any serious concerns for their health because of serving as a juror in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, no hands were raised. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I will instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. Are you willing to do this? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. If you are chosen as a juror, I will instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, It does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Now, there will be police officers who will testify in this case, as well as other witnesses. I am going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. You know, it's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look at are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would automatically believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a peace officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. All right, I've introduced to you the attorneys in this case and the defendant. Do any of you know the attorneys or the defendant? No hands are raised. Okay, earlier you were giving a list of possible witnesses. They may not all testify. What I'd like you to do is raise your hand if you know any of the witnesses on the list, and I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. Okay, no hands are raised. Okay, we expect to start opening statements by December 8th. We may start a little earlier, but that's our expectation at this point. And we further expect to be finished with everything by Christmas Eve. That's our best estimate. Don't be concerned if we do not finish by Christmas Eve. I intend to take Christmas Eve and Christmas Eve weekend off, no matter what, and we'll start December 27 if we are not done. So I don't worry about missing Christmas with your family and friends. If you're chosen as a juror, I'll just give you an idea of what the time will be. We'll normally start at 9 o'clock and conclude about 4:30 or 5. There'll be a 20-minute break in the morning, a 20-minute break in the afternoon, and we typically take a lunch break for an hour, about 12:30 to 1:30. Please remember that you must not talk to anyone involved in this case, nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, you may see the attorneys or the parties in the hallways. Don't take offense if they don't stop and say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in this case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that order could jeopardize the trial, and this prohibition will continue until a verdict has been rendered. All right. At this point, we're going to start individual voir dire. So I'm going to ask that other than juror number 25, the other jurors may follow the deputy back to the courtroom waiting room. Okay, Ms. 25, can you come up here, please? And you can take the seat right next to me in the jury box or the witness box. And could you please remove your mask? How are you doing today? Okay. This shouldn't take long. A couple of follow-up questions. You said that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. My question to you is, can you base your decision only on the testimony and the evidence in this case and set aside any prior general impressions that you have of the defendant?
Yes.
And as Ms. Potter sits here today, can you give her the presumption of innocence?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the question, do you believe our criminal justice system works? You said, I think sentencing and verdict should be unbiased and equal despite race or gender. I'm responsible for sentencing, okay? We keep that out of the jury room. Any discussion about that if you're chosen as a juror?
Yes.
Okay. So you won't let that affect your decision as to whether or not you decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty?
Right.
Okay. It's encouraging to see that you're looking forward to having the experience of serving as a juror.
I feel like I've sort of reflected on it a little bit more since answering, and I didn't mean to sound naive in my answer previously. I think I've reflected and sort of taken in the weight of the trial a little bit and understand the importance of it. I don't think that I would like to be on the jury, but I will serve if I am asked.
Okay. So if the parties chose you as a juror in the case, you would be willing to serve?
I would.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that we should know about you that wasn't on the questionnaire that you think might affect your ability to be fair and impartial to both sides?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, now the lawyers have a chance to ask questions.
Good afternoon,
Hello.
Miss 25. That's your number.
Yes.
I'm Earl Gray, Pauline, and my client, our client, and Amanda Montgomery's back there. We're representing Ms. Potter. And I'm going to ask you some questions pertaining to the answers you made in your questionnaire. And that was a couple months ago, was it?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Do you have any memory of what you said in here?
Vaguely.
Okay. Starting out, you were asked what information you had from media reports, and you wrote a rather extensive statement. Was that based on what you read and that you saw the video?
Correct.
Okay, and how many times did you see the video?
2 or 3.
2 or 3? And you based your description of the incident on the video and what you read, correct?
Correct.
And in what you read, you write, Kimberly Potter fired her gun, shooting Daunte Wright. She alleged, and alleged is underlined, that she tried to fire her taser, but fired her gun by mistake. Why did you have alleged underlined?
I guess I just didn't want to say that was a fact. I know that that's what she alleged. I guess I was just trying to highlight the proper verbiage. I didn't want to say that she did or didn't.
And you saw the video a couple, 3 times?
Yeah.
Did you hear the video, the yelling taser, taser?
I couldn't quite tell what she was saying. It sounded like taser.
I see. In this case, there's a presumption of innocence. And what that means is you must presume that Kim Potter is innocent of this charge. Can you do that?
Yes, I think so.
Well, it's a little bit different than reading the newspaper, watching a video. On that, you jump to the conclusion, well, they got her. She's had it. She's guilty. And that's not what you do in this courtroom. You do the direct opposite. You presume that she's innocent, and that isn't not guilty, that's innocent. Do you understand that you have to do that?
Yes.
And it's a very different thinking than you usually do?
Yes.
Okay. You also find that our client is your somewhat negative impression of her. Could you leave that somewhat negative impression outside the courtroom, and when you come in here, be objective and presume her innocent?
Yes, I think so.
Excuse me?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Well, you are the one that know about yourself, and you should be able to know if you can either presume her innocent and not have a somewhat negative attitude or not. I think so. Can you or can't you?
I can.
Okay, thank you. And I do not believe Daunte Wright should have been killed. I don't think she intended to kill him. But she should have realized that she drew her firearm. Can you take that outside the courtroom too and rely on just what you hear on here?
Yes.
Then you got somewhat negative on her, and you're going to presume her innocence. But then when we get to Mr. Wright, you're neutral on him. And you state, I've read stories that he's had several run-ins with the law before. I think the media's view on him is that he is a criminal, which might be true, but he was young and had time to change and get better. Was your attitude that way back then, as far as you were concerned about him?
Yes.
You read information in the newspaper, I suppose, or online, or wherever you read that material. And although it said that he was a criminal, you didn't care. He was young and he didn't deserve to be killed.
Correct. I think just because somebody commits a crime doesn't mean
Excuse me?
I just believe that just because somebody committed a crime doesn't mean that that they're a bad person.
Some of those beliefs, if you learn in this case that if somebody commits a crime, law enforcement may have the right to pursue that person or stop that person from committing the crime. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree with that statement.
Okay. And on some occasions, as you experienced during your lifetime and read, people commit crimes and end up dead because of that. You understand that?
I understand that, yes.
And you don't agree with that, though?
I believe that everybody deserves a chance. Like I said, I don't think that committing a crime makes you a bad person. I think that, I guess I just believe that everybody deserves the opportunity to correct their actions.
Okay. In a situation of an emergency situation that a police officer faces, an exigent circumstance, and there's no time to think, do you understand what I'm talking about when I say that about police officers? I'm going to object to that here.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Sure. You do understand, based on your life experiences and your reading and everything, that police officers on occasion have very little time to think, and they're put in an emergency or an exigent circumstance.
The objection is sustained.
Okay. And what you also say, and don't mean to put you on the spot, what we're attempting to do here is to get a fair and impartial jury for our client and for the state, actually.
Yes, I understand.
And I hope you understand that, because
I do.
there are two important decisions to be made by a juror. One is guilt or not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
But the other one is whether or not at this juncture you know enough about yourself to know whether you can be fair and impartial against the defendant and fair and impartial for the state, and not favor one side or the other when you get into this jury trial. You understand that?
I understand.
And are you able to be fair and impartial? Or do you
Yes.
have some beliefs that you express in this questionnaire that seem to indicate, for example, I don't think he should have been shot, no matter if he was guilty of a crime or not. Police should use non-lethal methods of force. And was that your opinion back then?
Yes, it still
And
is.
is that your opinion today?
It is.
And going back to the back of your questionnaire, actually, let's just go to the last page. You state, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? Yes. I've never served as a juror before, and it would be an experience I'd love to have. But then you say, I think the case is very important and relevant to the issues our community and country are facing. Well, do you realize if you sit on this jury, the issues our country is facing about riots and protests are not an issue in this case. This case is a criminal case, the state of Minnesota against my client, Kim Potter. The other stuff you have to leave outside the courtroom. And are you willing to do that? You really think you can do that?
I do As I stated previously, I think that I've had time to reflect on my willingness to serve on the jury, and at this point I feel like I would rather not, simply because I do understand the weight that this trial holds and the importance of it, and I just frankly don't want to be in the middle of it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I talk with counsel? So do we have to put on the earphones, Judge? Ms. 25, I have a few more questions. Knowing what you know about yourself, do you feel that you would have a bias in this case in favor of Daunte Wright and people that have been shot and killed by the police?
I think that I might be leaning that way, yes.
Thank you. Same, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for coming today, and thank you for your honesty in answering questions. I'm going to excuse you from this jury. Okay? All right, thank you. Deputy, could you hold up 1 second before the next juror comes in? Okay, for the record, I granted the for-cause request of the defendant. It was based on her answer to the last question. She admitted that she would lean toward the defendant, or toward Mr. Wright's position, and other young men that have been injured by police officers. So that motion was granted. Are you ready for the next juror? Okay. Okay, Mr. 26, please take a seat. And would you please remove your mask? All right, thank you for answering the questions on the questionnaire. Just a couple follow-up questions. Okay, you indicated in one of your answers that the place where you worked did suffer damage during one of the demonstrations. Okay. Now, my question is this. Were you working at the time when it happened?
Not at the place that was damaged.
Okay. But it was close to where you work, is that right? All right. And how did that make you feel?
Angry.
Okay.
Upset.
Can you explain how you felt and why?
I was angry and upset because I felt that some of the actions were not necessarily related to why the protests were happening at the time. So particularly with a lot of the damage that occurred, I didn't necessarily equate the two with the protests that were happening and with the actions that were happening as well. So I felt that it wasn't connected and that the protests were being taken advantage of in that sense.
Okay, so I don't mean to put words in your mouth, that certain people involved in some of the property damage really didn't have racial justice issues in mind. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you're chosen as a juror in this case, can you put aside any anger about the demonstrations that occurred and just listen to the evidence and decide whether or not the state has proven its case against Ms. Potter based on the evidence alone and not on any concerns that there'll be further demonstrations?
I will do my best.
I think I need a more positive response to that. If I instruct you that you are to just base your decision solely on the evidence in this case and the law that I give it to you, would you follow that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. You indicated that you have a professional presentation that you have to do for Sunday, December 5. Okay, you'll be able to do that. Okay, just so you don't have any concern about that. We will not be in session on December 5. And good luck, by the way.
Thank you.
In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror in this case, you responded no. Can you tell me why, and if you still feel that way?
I do still feel that way. I have a lot of friends and family that are very opinionated in the matter. I personally feel like I'm someone that could put my biases aside, but I do have a lot of those influences around me. And as much as it could matter, I have job interviews, and I'm currently finishing up a degree, so I'll have finals coming up soon. This is from what I gathered at the time that I answered these questions, that the timing would not necessarily help my current career and my trajectory, and that it would actually hinder that, which is why I answered that question that way.
All right. When are your finals?
Over the next 2-3 weeks.
Okay. And will you be able to delay taking your finals?
I think there might be one that I might be able to delay because it's more of a project-based final, but the other two are in person. So I will need to be there for that.
Okay. When are the in-person interviews?
In 2 weeks. Oh, in the interviews.
Well, where you have to be there in person. When are those scheduled?
In 2 weeks.
Okay. And are you able to reschedule those, or the one interview?
I could do my best.
Okay. Is there anything right now that makes you think that they would not reschedule that?
Nothing that I know of right now.
Okay. You indicated that this is a very public trial and that you're a private person. And is that one of your concerns?
Yes, that certainly is.
If the parties chose you as a juror, would you be willing to serve?
Yes, I believe it's a civic duty as a citizen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, counsel?
Good afternoon. Number 26. You have a number, not a name. Since you've completed this interview, written questionnaire a couple of months ago, is there anything that has changed in this, or is this about the same as it was back then?
That is about the same as it was back then.
And is there anything else we should know about that wasn't covered in the questionnaire in our selection of you as a juror or non-juror?
No, not to my knowledge.
And basically, you say in here that you will follow the law as the judge gives it.
That's correct.
And listen to the evidence and look at the exhibits and come to a conclusion at the end of the case, correct?
That is correct.
And I take it you're the type of person to wait till you hear all of the evidence, including our evidence, before you come to any conclusion, since you are the job you do have.
That is correct.
Okay. And can you think of any reason why you would not be fair and impartial in this case?
Not at this time.
I realize you have some people that might know about this that are your relatives. Can you handle that if some of them are very opinionated one way or the other?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Pastor Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Frank?
Good afternoon, number 26. Sorry, that's rather impersonal, but it's just the way we're using it, doing it in this case, so sorry about that. I can come third after you've already been asked a lot of questions, so I probably won't have many to ask you about either. And I'm just going to try to follow up on a couple of things. Sounds like any contact that you have with law enforcement is more in passing at work, essentially.
Correct.
Don't go on ride-alongs or anything of that nature.
No.
Just see him in the building. And you, when you were asked about your impression of Miss Potter, you indicated that you realized she fired her firearm instead of her taser immediately and turned herself in. Where did you get that information from? Do you recall?
So everything I know about this case has been what was covered in the media.
Okay. And was that some time ago or recently?
This was, I believe, right after this had happened, and details about what had happened were starting to come out in the media.
So quite a long time ago, actually, right?
Yes.
And just seeing it on the media, you didn't go out and track it down and read everything you could on it?
Not on this particular case, no.
And so that impression that you have at the time is not something you're so committed to now you couldn't set it aside.
Correct.
You realize that's not evidence, right?
Correct.
And as a juror, the decision you make, as the judge said, is to decide it based only on the evidence in court.
Correct.
You think, you've probably said this probably 3 times now, but you feel you can do that for sure.
Yes, I believe so.
You were asked in the questions about the organizations Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And were you familiar with both of those organizations?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote the same answer for your opinions of both, or impressions of both. Do you recall doing that?
I vaguely remember doing that, yes.
I mean, you essentially wrote Black Lives Matter as a way for members to voice their opinions, and then essentially the same thing about Blue Lives Matter. Can you just explain for us a little bit why you answered it that way?
So I answered it in that way because I believe that everybody is entitled to their opinions and what they believe in. And that really isn't different no matter what you call the movement.
So you see those organizations as a way for those members that want to be a part of them can have a voice to the community.
Correct, just like any other organization.
Okay. And you have a brother in the Marine Corps?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see him very much, or is he...
Intermittently.
Yeah. He's actively deployed. I don't know what the proper terminology would be, but...
He is not currently, but he was before.
Okay. Are you close with him?
Yes.
Talk to him a lot about being a Marine?
Less about our jobs, more about our personal lives.
Okay. So it's not a big aspect of your relationship. It's not a strong connection you have. It's just his job and your job.
Correct.
I think you candidly admitted to us that we always appreciate any questionnaires that you're a private person. We certainly respect that. And one of the things a juror has to do, well, it's kind of an odd job, because in one sense you make a personal decision, right? You consider the evidence and evaluate that evidence for yourself. But then you also have to go in a room and discuss that, deliberate. That's why we call it deliberations with others. Think you'd have any trouble being a part of a process like that with others?
No, I would not.
If you had opinions about evidence, you're willing to share those with others and consider what they say as well.
Yes, I can certainly do that.
An important part of jury service, isn't it? And the friends and family that have strong opinions around you, you indicated you would have no trouble. You could handle that. Of course, if you're a juror, you can't talk about the case at all while it's going on. No trouble following that.
Correct.
And do you have any concern about whatever decision you make in the case, the jury makes in the case, how that might affect you and those relationships later? Do you have any concerns about that?
Some concern.
Yeah.
I can't absolutely say that there's no concern.
Yeah. Would you still be able to fairly decide the case?
I believe so.
Decide the case and then deal with those issues later.
Everybody has their opinions.
Okay. Can you excuse me just for a moment, please?
Yep.
Mayor, excuse me, please. Thank you, Juror 26. I have no further questions, Your Honor. We would pass the juror.
Pass, please.
Yes.
Okay. You will be a juror in this case, okay? And we expect to start on December 8th. We may start earlier, but right now it's December 8th. You will be getting a call from the jury office telling you when to report and what time and where, all right? In the meantime, have a good day and a good evening, all right? And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, juror number 28. Good afternoon. Please be seated, and could you remove your mask, please? Thank you. All right, I don't have very many questions for you, okay? You did say that you would find it moderately difficult to look at graphic photographs, including photos and videos of a person who's died. If you're chosen as a juror, would you do it even though you would find it difficult?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to serve as a juror on this case?
I would fill out my duty.
Okay. You indicated on your questionnaire that you weren't sure, but you would serve if the parties chose you.
Yes.
Okay. And I realize it's a commitment and that it takes you away from your family and your personal life. So thank you for your willingness to serve. Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter, Earl Gray, Amanda Montgomery. I have an opportunity to ask you some questions. That's how the process works. Okay. You filled out the questionnaire, and we appreciate that, and I've read it. And I had a couple questions about it for you. And the first question appears on page 3. It asks you what you remember about this, and you said, I quote, so I can refresh your memory here, Daunte Wright was fatally shot by Kim Potter during a traffic stop. Question as confusion if a taser was grabbed versus a gun. That's not, I think I've got it right, but I'm close.
Yes, that sounds right.
And how did you come to that conclusion upon what you saw?
Just media coverage.
Okay. And what kind of media coverage did you see?
Oh, a long time ago, I don't recall, but it was just whatever was on maybe Fox News or whatever might have been playing out. Recalled a specific source of the media.
Okay. And you have neutral opinions of both Officer Potter and Daunte Wright at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
So, and you're not making any judgments one way or another?
No.
You realize, of course, that Officer Potter is presumed innocent.
Correct.
And she will be testifying at the trial, and if you are chosen, we would want you to wait to hear from her before you make any decisions. You're, I think, willing to do that, but you got to tell me one way or another.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're willing to wait it out and hear everything?
Yes.
We've got her testimony and some other testimony coming.
Yes.
Fair enough? Okay. And you've also talked about Daunte Wright's death with your family and friends, according to this?
Yes.
And it's, you indicate that it was most unfortunate.
Yes.
Which it is, of course.
I'm sorry.
And you still, of course, feel that way, but any early death is most unfortunate.
Yes.
Okay. And no one's disputing that.
I'm sorry?
No one is disputing that.
Yes.
Okay. And you also feel that the community was negatively impacted by the demonstrations and the riots because of the personal property damage. Is that right?
Correct.
And you still feel that way?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You also suffered, you were a victim of a crime. A car was broken into. Is it your car?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And you were somewhat satisfied with the police? Did they solve the crime?
Yes.
Okay. They found the person?
Yes.
Okay. Were you pleased or at least satisfied with how that case was resolved?
Please.
Who was that person charged, if you remember?
I believe so.
Okay. Then you were asked a series of questions in 7, and you strongly agreed with the idea the police in my community make me feel safe, correct?
Yes.
And you would oppose defunding the police?
Yes.
Okay. And then you have some neutral, no opinions about a lot of the questions, too. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the one thing you're concerned about, or not one thing, but you're uncomfortable with photographs and seeing photographs from the case. Did I hear you right?
I would say moderate, right?
Moderately concerned?
Yeah, not impairing.
Okay. So I think I may have missed that exchange with Judge Chu. So there are always photographs in a case like this. We'll try to minimize them for you, but the fact that there are some photographs, you can survive that.
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell me what your master's degree is in?
Business.
Okay. Where was it from?
Madison.
Okay. Are you from Wisconsin?
No.
Okay. And can you tell me what a procurement officer does? I have a hunch I know, but I want you to explain it for me.
I'm responsible for kind of the strategic contractual arrangements between our company and our suppliers, and also procuring that material for manufacturing.
So you're a busy guy right now, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You're experiencing the same supply problems that most people are.
Yes, sir.
And your questionnaire is quite short, so I'm almost at the end here. The last question is that, do you want to serve as a juror? I mean, it's a weighty responsibility, you would agree. And you said you weren't sure, but you're willing to do it.
I'm willing to do it.
And you're qualified to do it, and you'll be fair.
Yes.
And you'll call it as you see it, and let the chips fall where they may.
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. Thanks for answering my questions. We pass this juror.
Counsel? Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon, Juror 28. I apologize for just using a number, but that's how we're running the system here. So Mr. Eng helped me out there by asking what a chief procurement officer does. I thought I had that similar sense of what it was, but and I didn't even think about at the time all these supply chain issues we keep hearing about, if that's even the right term. So it does make me wonder just how busy are you? And let me back up, because I think what the judge said earlier is, we're not here to pry into your personal life, and I apologize for that, but these are just kind of things that we have to know. We know this is going to be a lengthy trial, as trials go. Could go right up to Christmas Eve, or as the judge mentioned, maybe even after. And so we have to ask you, because you're the only one that can tell us, how busy are you? How is this going to affect your life, your work life?
I would say, I hate to sound selfish, but I would say extraordinarily busy right now. Challenging times, obviously, for all of us as we're heading into the seasons, but it's life, right? So we have to balance those things.
Yeah, and that's what I meant, like, only you can tell us. It's not being selfish, right? It's being appropriate with us, and because we have to ask. The two concerns are, that you're going to miss work at a time that you just can't afford it financially or just work-wise, right? And when you sit, here as a juror, you got to be able to pay attention rather than being worried about work or having to go in at night. Would you have to do anything like that where you'd go in at night and catch up?
If I'm allowed to, I'll certainly need to work at night to catch up.
Yeah, we won't, well, I shouldn't speak for the judge, but typically, when we're done with court at the end of the day, you're free to go. But I mean, that does raise the question, if you're going to be going to work at night to catch up, how much sleep are you going to get and be sharp in the morning? You know what I mean?
Not to the point of deprivation, for sure. I'm certainly not going to put my personal health at risk. So.
Is it going to cause you personal stress at all to be having to swing double duty during that time?
Certainly, to some degree, yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to tell me the name of your business, but it sounds like manufacturing.
Yes.
And so is the time of year, the end of the year holidays, make your company busier?
I would say steady state at this time of year.
So it's really just these supply chain issues?
Yes, sir.
The cargo ship sitting out in the bay, right? So, I guess I'm trying not to repeat myself, but I just want to know, for you, do you think you can give us that kind of commitment to be here day in and day out for 2-3 weeks and be able to pay attention? You're the only one.
Ask the answer.
You can go ahead and ask the question again.
So, given everything we've discussed, do you think you can make that kind of commitment, or is this just not the right case for you?
I can make that commitment. I'll strive that balance.
Okay. You indicate in your questionnaire, in the answer you gave, there was a sensitive time for all in Minneapolis. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I'm sorry?
What did you mean by that?
That is a sensitive time?
Yeah.
These are just trying times for all of us, I think, both with COVID and just the challenges that we've had in the Twin Cities over the last year.
Okay. And you're referring to the challenges from the demonstrations and the protests, that kind of stuff, do you mean?
In a broader context as well. I just think that COVID has also been challenging for everybody.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think anybody will dispute that, right? COVID has been tough, right? Continues to be tough. We're talking through, 2 layers of plexiglass. And there's a question a few more down that deals with, how the demonstrations have affected the community, and you pointed out the damage to personal property and the harm to people. Is that the most striking thing that you recall, or that you think is the impact from those?
Those are the things that stood out, I think, for me personally, yes.
Think there's anything positive that came out of those?
I think there's something positive that comes out of every situation.
Okay. What can you think of anything with regard to the demonstrations that it would be positive to come out of?
I think folks having an opportunity to have a voice and a voice being heard is always a positive thing.
And of course there were similar things involved after this death occurred. Do you recall hearing about that?
A little bit, to be honest. I started to tune out a little bit of some of the noise in the media. A little bit bipolar, so sometimes it was hard to form a clear opinion about what was going on.
Okay. And again, not trying to pry, but the way you said that it makes me want to ask you, why tune out, right?
I just try to be open-minded about trying to understand where the truth of a situation is. And sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes our media has a tendency to be very bipolar in its opinions about things.
And you've sort of been asked about this already too, I think, and you understand that what you hear in the media is not evidence of a crime.
Correct.
Well, that's not the right way to say that. It's not evidence here in the courtroom, right? And as a juror, you can only go on what you hear here in the courtroom.
Correct.
And so, kind of knowing about the demonstrations and the negative things about it, do you think you can set that aside?
Yes.
In those questions, Mr. Ng kind of quickly led you through. You said people in my community, I'm sorry, let me start over. Police in my community make me feel safe. And you said you strongly agree with that. Why did you choose strongly agree?
Because that's the way I feel. I feel like they're there and they provide a purpose and they provide safety.
Okay. And the next statement is I support defunding the police. And you said I strongly disagree.
Correct.
So it's sort of, two sides of the same thing, right? That you want the police there, you feel strongly about having them to make you feel safe.
Correct.
And then you also strongly disagree with the statement, I do not trust the police.
Correct.
So you have a lot of trust in them and you want them there for you, correct?
Correct.
And it's partly to sort of deal with some of the negative stuff that came out of the demonstrations, the property damage and the harm to people, right?
Partly.
Yeah. And with many of those other questions, you chose no opinion. Do you remember why? The questions about how police deal with people, you said you had no opinion about that. Do you remember why?
I didn't have a strong opinion one way or another on those questions.
Okay. Do you think that, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be and you put no opinion?
Kind of to my prior point about being a little careful about what I believe in the media.
Okay. So I was aimed more at the media as a reliable source of information, maybe.
I think it's a source of information, is not the only source of information.
You indicate there's a statement about police treating black and white people similarly, and you said no opinion on that. You remember why you took no opinion, or selected the no opinion option there?
I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that they treat them differently than they would anybody else.
One of the good things, of course, about the demonstrations was giving voice to that, and kind of part of what Black Lives Matter is trying to give voice to, right? Do you think that at all is I don't know how to say this, that it's just something you haven't seen personally, so you can't offer an opinion on it, or?
I've seen it personally. I'm not sure that it changes an opinion one way or another. I still feel neutral about the police protecting people equally.
Okay. And that means all people?
I'm sorry?
That means protecting all people equally?
Correct.
And some people say the Black Lives Matter movement is about equality, right? That Black Lives Matter too. Do you understand that that's sort of what part of their message is?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's a valid point?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so when it came to evaluating evidence in a courtroom, black, white, doesn't matter.
Correct.
When you, I know you have, you were asked a question, one of the statements in that is about people today do not give our law enforcement officers the respect they deserve. And you chose no opinion for that too. Do you recall why?
Yes.
Why is that?
I know that I had a strong opinion one way or another on that statement.
Okay. Do you think you give them the respect they deserve?
I would hope so.
What does that mean to you when you say that you give them the respect they deserve? What does that mean?
That I respect the position that they hold. I try to support them in a position that they hold. I respect their opinion. I try to honor their request if they're asked something of me.
Are they capable of doing things wrong?
Sure, they're humans.
And as a juror, would you be able to judge the actions of a police officer in a courtroom just like anybody else's?
Yes.
Kind of, tying back to that notion of strongly disagreeing with the statement, I do not trust the police. So we've got that double negative there, but essentially you trust the police, right?
Correct.
And yet do you think you can, despite having that trust in them, evaluate a police officer's actions in a courtroom just like anybody else?
Yes.
An argumentative, asked and answered at this point.
Well, I'll let you answer. Go ahead. I think you answered already.
Yeah.
I did, sorry.
You can move on, Mr. Frank.
You indicate you have, sounds like you're a hunter.
Yes.
And so you have hunting rifles, shotguns, I assume.
Correct.
And have you ever taken, safety classes for that purpose?
It's required by law in some states to hunt.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have asked you that way. It was like, no, I never did that. But you've done that?
Yes.
How long have you been a hunter?
Over 40 years, probably.
So lifetime thing?
Yes.
Do it with your family before?
Yes.
And pretty important to you?
Yes.
Can you excuse me just for a second? I want to, Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Juror 28. Your Honor, we would exercise a peremptory.
All right. Thank you so much, but you're excused from this jury panel. So you're done with jury service, but I really appreciate you showing up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Counsel, we're going to take our afternoon break, okay? Yes. I think I only suggested that you look at it. She must have had her baby by now. She had indicated number 30 was vomiting and very pregnant at the time she responded to her questionnaire, but she's probably not in that state right now. I get my computer going first? Oh, yes. You ready, counsel? Okay, we're ready, Deputy. Thank you. Hello, Miss 30. Please have a seat. And you may remove your mask. Okay, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for being so patient. You're one of our last jurors today. I just have a couple of questions, okay? You said on the questionnaire that you had a somewhat negative general impression of the defendant, and I am wondering whether or not you can promise to base, if you're chosen as a juror, if you can promise to render your verdict, whether guilty or not guilty, based solely on the evidence that you hear in this case and not on any general impressions that you may have of defendant or Mr. Wright. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And you can do that. You can also not base your verdict on anything that you heard before the case started.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You stated that you live in on the south side of Minneapolis.
Yes.
A lot of places in the community have been affected by police-related killings. Can you elaborate on that a little?
Well, mainly what I was talking about is the George Floyd situation that happened, and that's really affected the Southside community.
Okay, and I think I know the answer, but in what way, in your view?
Well, yeah, a lot of people have negative, viewings of the police, but I think it's a worldwide issue that has pretty much, come up recently with a lot of people of color, being killed by police and brutality and whatnot.
Okay. What is your general impression of police?
I know that police, not every officer is bad or racist or, out to go kill somebody of color, But I definitely do think that there could be a relation to that.
Okay. So you recognize that there are some cops that do bad things and other cops that don't. And
yeah.
Each person in law enforcement should be judged on an individual basis. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You stated that you or your family have been victims of crimes, and I'm wondering what their police interactions were with respect to those crimes. First of all, did they report the crimes to the police?
Over the years, there's been so many different interactions, but the ones off the top of my head, yeah, they have been reported to police.
And what was the reaction that they had to how the police handled the situation? Satisfied, not satisfied?
There's certain situations that they were satisfied, others that they weren't. Things that is officers' hands sometimes. It's just the law and what they can do, what they can enforce.
Okay. Have any of those interactions with police in those circumstances make you biased against police officers in general?
No. Like I said, I know that certain officers can be like that and others aren't.
Okay. Have you personally had any negative interactions with police?
No.
Okay. You stated that your uncle's been tased. Can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances there?
He's always, all his life, he's been on and off hard drugs, and he's had different interactions, different problems when it comes to like his mental health. And on one specific occasion, he was like threatening to commit suicide, and I'm pretty sure like he got tased like off of a bridge or something like that.
Okay.
For his own safety.
All right.
So he didn't hurt himself.
All right. Were you critical at all of how the police handled that situation?
No, I didn't. I mean, I wasn't involved personally, so I didn't feel no way about it. I know how he can be, and I understand like the circumstances.
Is there anything about that situation that makes you think you shouldn't be a juror in this case?
No.
You check the box that some family members have been accused of crimes. Do you feel that in those situations justice was done?
For the most part.
Okay. Are there any situations where you did not believe that justice was done? And if so, can you explain?
There's just been certain situations where like I said, it wasn't handled the way that we would have liked it to be handled, but at the same time, it wasn't always like an officer's fault. It could have been the law, and like that's just what they could do and couldn't do.
Could you elaborate on that situation?
Yeah, so there's been like one time I had a family member who had like gotten into a physical altercation with somebody, and they were kind of trying to explain their side of the story, but other people were kind of jumping in trying to explain theirs, and the officers just weren't really trying to hear it because of like the interruptions. They only wanted the one person to talk, and they pretty much just left the situation because of they kept warning the people around to like you know, not interrupt and like to mind their own business, and they didn't, so they pretty much left, which,
okay.
I mean, I feel they shouldn't have just left, but I guess I understand.
All right. When you filled, I'm sorry I'm going to be asking these personal questions, okay. When you filled out your questionnaire, you were pregnant and you were having severe vomiting and nausea.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask you this, but are you still pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And are you still having severe vomiting and nausea?
Yeah, and throughout my whole pregnancy, I've like at times had to like go to the ER and check into the hospital because it just gets so bad that there's nothing medicine or really anything can do.
Okay. How often does this happen where you feel nauseous and you feel like vomiting?
Well, that happens every day, multiple times throughout the day, but where it's gotten to the point that like I've had to go into the ER, it's been about maybe 6 times.
Okay, when's the last time you had to go to the ER?
I believe it was at the end of October.
Okay. Do you think that given your present problems with your pregnancy that you'd be able to sit as a juror in this case?
Well, I think for the most part I can. I felt the need to put that in there because it's for my life it's been unpredictable. So it's not like I can, specifically say like, there could be a day that like I'm not available, or I have, I'm in the hospital. So.
Okay. How often do you feel nauseous during a week or a month?
Well, like I said, every day, multiple times a day. I just do the best I can to manage it. Like, there's only so much I can do. But, and then I would say that in an instance where I can't keep anything down and I have to be on IV fluids, that's happens like, I'm about to be 7 months. So if it's happened about 6 times, it's been maybe, once a month.
Okay. And it's unpredictable, you said.
Yeah.
And you feel that way.
Yep.
Let me tell you what the schedule is. I think I told you it was 9 to about 4:30 with 20-minute breaks in the morning and a 20-minute break in the afternoon and a lunch break of about an hour. Is that schedule going to present a problem for you?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay. But you're still thinking that it's unpredictable when you feel well enough to come in?
Well, I would say for the most part, I can always kind of make myself feel okay enough to be able to show up and whatnot. But like I said, I just put that in there just in case, like, I had one of these days where I had to, like, go be on IV fluids and, that's something that would be out of my control.
Okay. And you said the last time that you were on IV was when?
I believe it was the end of October.
Okay. So you have some concerns about being on a jury?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Counsel, could we do a sidebar? Just a couple follow-up questions, all right? Do you think you'll be physically able to sit as a juror in this case?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're willing to serve?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ng or Mr. Gray, do you have questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Ng. On behalf of Officer Potter, I have a right to ask you questions, and I'm with Mr. Gray and Amanda Montgomery. I don't want to pry into your physical condition, but I do want to ask you some follow-up questions. And I don't mean to offend you about a private matter, but we are interested in seeing how you are. Okay? It's fair to say, as I listen to you, that you feel somewhat nauseous almost every day.
Every day.
Could you come to the microphone? So I'm a little hard of hearing too.
Every day.
Okay. And that feeling of nausea sometimes results in vomiting.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that can happen every day.
Yes.
And you assume that if you were picked as a jury, that the feeling of nausea would not necessarily just go away.
Right.
And you would be in the courthouse listening to the jury, listening to the case, and then interrupting the trial to vomit on occasion. Would that be a fair statement?
I mean, like I said, it's out of my control, so if it's something that happens, yeah.
Okay. And your view is that it would likely happen?
I don't know. I don't just, like, necessarily. I feel nauseous all the time, but I don't always throw up, so.
Okay. All right. And you're having a baby in February, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you've been in the ER about 6 times?
Yeah.
And that is for dehydration?
It's pretty much just because I can't stop throwing up, so.
So they put something in your arm and with a drug to stop that?
Yep.
Okay. And has the medical staff indicated that they can stop it in the future?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, is it going to happen in the future, if you know?
Yeah, it could happen in the future.
Okay. All right. So they haven't been able to control it in a sense of stopping it. They can control it at the time it happens. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, exactly. I've basically been prescribed medicine that helps me control it throughout the day.
So there's a possibility that during this trial, if you were to be selected, that at any given day you could be hospitalized.
Yep.
Okay. And that would take a day or two, or however long it would be.
About a day. It takes a few hours.
And then I assume you're wiped out after that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it takes another day to recover.
I mean, no, not necessarily, but...
And obviously this medical condition of yours is something you didn't want to have happen, but it's ongoing. Is that right?
Yes.
May I discuss the matter with the court again?
Yes. You're going to be excused from this jury. I really hope you start feeling better through your pregnancy. Okay, so, and congratulations. I hope everything goes well, and I'm sure you're very excited about having your new baby. Okay, thank you so much. Deputy, could you hold up on bringing the another juror in? Okay, I granted the defense motion to strike for cause over the state's objection. I believe that this panel member, she did say that she's been hospitalized and that if that were to happen, she would be not able to come in that day. We can't be stopping the trial for a day while she is in the hospital needing medical attention. This is a very, I think, unusual pregnancy because of the hospitalizations and the need for getting IVs. So for that reason, I granted the defense motion to strike. Okay, thank you. Thank you for waiting and thank you for your patience. You may remove your mask, okay? All right. I don't have very many questions for you. Thank you for coming today. Excuse me, I'm having some problems with I have your questionnaire on my computer, so. Okay, it looks like you haven't really heard very much about this case and that you're neutral with respect to your impressions on the parties and that you don't really have any facts and you're going to be open-minded and listen to all the evidence then? Okay?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. Now, you indicated that you were a victim of a crime and the police were called because of a home break-in robbery. Was it one incident or two?
Boy, this was a long time ago. Maybe it was two. One or what?
Excuse me, could the juror speak up a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
The microphone's right there. Maybe you
I don't exactly remember. It was quite a while ago. It might have been one for sure, but we've had other times where we've had to call the police.
Okay, were you satisfied with the police response?
Yes.
Okay. Any complaints about how you were treated?
No.
All right. You stated that you were a security person at a church. What was your job?
We were called watchmen, and we went around the church during the services, making sure that everything was okay and that there weren't problems with any of the people at church, and that no people went after the pastors or the staff there.
Okay.
So we were kind of like volunteer security detail, I guess.
Okay. And did you encounter situations where you had to take control of the situation?
I did not.
Okay. In response to your views on Black Lives Matter, you indicated you were very unfavorable. Can you explain why you formed that opinion and what is the basis for that?
Well, I think they just go too far overboard. I think that everybody is equal in all ways, and so I think they go too far one way.
Can you explain what you mean by what they're doing that you think is going too far?
I think they just get too excited about being against. I don't know. They're just. I'm not sure I can explain it.
Take your time.
They just seem like they're more interested in getting on the news than really doing anything to help Black people.
Okay. So it's more the publicity that they're seeking rather than really...
I think it is.
Okay. In response to the question, have you, a family member, or someone close to you ever been employed by or had any dealings with the Hennepin County District Court, you checked yes. And that was only with respect to your guardianship, or were there other instances?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, that's the only time you've had any dealings with the Hennepin County District Court?
I'm sorry, what?
That was the only time that you've had any dealings with Hennepin County District Court, is getting appointed a guardianship?
Well, my daughter had been arrested for, I think, DUI.
Okay.
So
and do you think that she was treated fairly?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you thought justice was done in her case, or do you have complaints about it?
No, I think justice was done. I don't have any complaints.
Okay. In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror, you checked yes and not sure. I know that you don't really want to have to come to Minneapolis, so, and that's understandable. But your question on the questionnaire anyway, will jurors be required to be fully vaccinated? I'll answer that question for you. We don't have that requirement. You indicated, I think, that should be required. We don't require proof of vaccination. But what we do require is that masks be worn at all times while in the courthouse, and during the trial, you will be required to wear a mask. And the only time that you're allowed to take your mask off is if you're in the witness box, or if you're taking a sip of water and you're sitting as a juror. Would you feel comfortable being a juror in this case under those circumstances?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you think we should know about you and your ability to sit as a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. And do you think you can be fair to both sides here?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Gray?
Good afternoon. Mrs. 32, that's your name here. You're number 32 juror. I have read your questionnaire, and would you change anything in this today?
No.
Okay. And has anything happened since you answered this questionnaire that perhaps the lawyers representing the state and representing Kim Potter should know about?
No.
You mentioned in your questionnaire, pull it out here. You say you're good as a jury deliberation as long as I have all of my medications, that I'm good. And you're asked about the medications, and you say no, just what I listed previously. I have looked through this document twice. I missed them. Maybe I missed it, but
well, I think I was thinking about like if we were sequestered or something, then I have some eye drops that I need to take. That's all.
All right, but it wasn't listed. I didn't find it.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. I'd like to, the last question here, you want to serve as a juror, you say yes and not sure, and you mention having to go to Minneapolis is not something you look forward to, but you also realize you have a civic duty to be a juror. Is this the first time you're a juror? And can you handle it, even knowing, as the judge has told you, that not everybody, maybe everybody will be fully vaccinated, but it's not required. The mask is required.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay. And you can be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Both sides?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. We'll pass the jury, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Juror 32. Thank you for bearing with us, being patient all afternoon. Appreciate it. When you indicate, as Mr. Gray asked you about, not wanting to come to Minneapolis, why is that?
Because of all the violence that's been going on around the downtown areas.
Yeah. And, I know you had indicated that the community was negatively affected because of the demonstrations and things that were going on for just that same fear, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about groups, a group like Black Lives Matter taking things too far. Do you think that they're involved in that kind of violence that makes people unsafe?
Maybe. I don't know for sure.
Do you have concerns about that?
Well, after coming downtown today, I don't know, maybe I was mistaken, but I just hear things.
Yeah, and what do you mean you hear things? What kind
Well,
of
you hear things on TV about, all the shootings and stuff like that.
Yeah. And the reason I ask about Black Lives Matter in that context is because when you talk about taking things too far, do you think that's the kind of things that they have taken too far?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
You said they take things too far. And
with their protesting and violence like that.
So that's kind of part of what maybe makes it not so safe in Minneapolis anymore,
I know.
right?
Yeah.
I know it's been a number of months since you filled this out, so I don't expect you to have perfect recall of everything, but there was the question that had different statements, and then you had to say whether you agree or disagree. Do you recall that?
Sort of.
You said that, okay, the statement is, police in my community make me feel safe, and you said you strongly agree with that.
I do.
Okay. Why did you strongly agree with that, or do you?
Because, well, just recently I had a hip dislocation in my house, and they came out like almost, 10 minutes there at my house. So, I don't know, I think they do a good job.
Okay. And they do a good job of helping with, I guess, protecting you from the kind of violence that concerns you about Minneapolis.
I hope so.
Yeah. One of the phrases was, I do not trust the police, and you strongly disagreed with that. So you do trust them.
Yes.
You trust them to help you with medical calls?
Yes, or whatever.
Yeah. And then one of the statements is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make. And you agreed with that, do you recall?
Yes.
So when you agreed with that, what did you think it meant about second guessing their decisions?
Can you repeat the statement?
Yep, it's a long one and it's kind of hard to follow. So I'm glad to. Because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you said that you agree with that.
Well, for the most part, I guess it depends on the circumstance,
So, and I think my question had been, like, in that phrase, when you answered it, what did you take second guess to mean?
If they second guessing. Well, I guess I wouldn't want to say that the officer is unable to make a mistake, but I think that a person can be, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I thought that I knew what I meant, but maybe I didn't. I just know that if you second guess everything that a police officer does, nothing would get done, and they wouldn't be able to keep law and order, I guess.
And so it sounds like you're saying that, and I'm sorry to just keep probing you. I mean, these are questions we have to ask, right? Because we have to have a fair and impartial jury. Not every person is right for every case, right? And that's part of why we pick juries this way.
True.
Right? What person may be good for one case may not be for every case. So that's why I have to ask. And it sounds like, you have a lot of faith and trust in police officers because they do keep you safe, and you want it to stay that way and not sort of face this violence that sort of infecting Minneapolis.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I know you want to do your civic duty and you want to be fair. I completely understand that. But like I said, not every case. So this case obviously involves the conduct of a police officer, right? Do you think that you would, this mindset about trusting police officers and wanting to trust them and being important and not second guess them, is a sort of a bias you would take with you as a juror in this case?
Take a bias?
Yeah, and maybe bias is too strong of a word, but it's a mindset that you have that it's important that police officers can do their jobs. You trust them. You want them to put an end to this violence. You want them to be there for you, and you're afraid that if you have to second guess what officers do, it'll keep them from doing their job.
Yes.
That's kind of a mindset you have, right?
Right.
So this case involving a police officer may not be the right case for somebody that has that mindset. Do you see what I mean?
No.
Okay. Tell me why not? If you're saying no.
I don't think I'm biased. I think I would need all the facts before I can make a decision or an opinion. That's all I know.
Okay. And maybe bias was too strong of a word even. I mean, mindset maybe? Is that something that you think you really can set aside in a case involving a police officer?
Judge, I object to this improper voir dire. He's a questioner now on this for 5 times.
All right, I'll let you answer the question. Do you remember it?
Pardon?
Do you remember the question that was asked? Do you want to re-ask that same question?
And I know these are not easy questions to answer, and we have time, so don't worry if you want to take some time to think about it. But we've been talking about this mindset that you expressed in your answers to these questions. These are important things to you. I'm not making judgments about you at all, right? It comes down to this question of right juror, right person for the right case, right? So the way that you've answered shows that you have some strong feelings about police officers and the work they do and needing them to continue doing it by not having people second guess what they do, right? And yet as a juror, you would have to decide the facts about an officer accused of crimes because of their conduct. Do you think that you're the right juror for this case then?
I do.
Why?
Because once I get the facts, I can go through them and make a fair decision. That's all. Because I'm not one that would just willy-nilly say, okay, you're guilty or you're innocent or whatever.
And, we question you at length about this now because, of course, you have to be assured of that now, right? You can't realize later, I can't set that aside. So, you've not been on jury duty before and you've never sat on a jury, but is it that you can tell us for sure now you would not let that mindset affect your deliberations if you were a juror?
That's correct.
Objection is sustained. It's been asked and answered a number of times. Please.
May I be heard about that, please? Okay. I will move on then. I noticed that you indicated that apparently you have some experience in the Army. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
That was in 1983, I believe.
Okay. Quite some time ago?
Yes, quite some time ago.
How long were you in?
Less than 2 years.
And was that an important part of your life then? I mean,
it was different. I didn't enjoy it all that much.
okay. And that's presumably why you got out, right?
That's correct.
And you indicated, you talked about being a watchman or security at your church. You're still doing that?
No,
Okay. When did you stop doing that?
because it was taking up too much of my time. I mean, we had to do 2 services on Sunday, and then we had to do a lot of training in between times, and it just got to be too much.
Okay. Why did the church need to have that kind of security?
I think most churches do nowadays, just because of the atmosphere of the times, I guess. But we've had them at our church for several years now.
And you do have, make sure I get this right, you do own a firearm.
I do.
And do you have a permit for it, or do you just have it at home?
I did have a permit and it expired, and I haven't renewed it.
And so you went through the training to get your permit, correct?
Well, that was part of it. We didn't have to get a we didn't have to carry, but I decided I'd like to. So.
Okay. I see what you're saying. You didn't have to carry while being a watchman at the church.
Well, you couldn't unless you had a permit.
Right.
But it wasn't required to have a firearm when you were on duty.
So that training you did, the firearm training, was approximately how long ago?
Oh, that's about 3-4 years ago.
And that's again another thing that, an outside the courtroom experience that you've had that you'd have to set aside to be a juror in this case. Do you understand that?
No.
Okay. So, if you received training, firearm training, there may not be evidence about that in this case. So you'd have to rely on what you hear in the courtroom and not the training that you had. Does that make sense?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're saying.
All right. When you got a permit, you went through the training class, the firearm training.
Yes.
Okay. And so you got some training there.
Yes.
Obviously, this case involves a police officer who gets training, right?
Correct, yeah.
And so, as a juror, you would be required to rely on what you hear in the courtroom about firearm training, not the training that you had.
Yes, that's true.
Can you do that?
Of course.
Okay. Mr. Gray asked you about the medications. It sounds like it's just eye drops or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So nothing that would affect your ability to concentrate in court.
Oh, no.
Sometimes sometimes I can't even read my own handwriting. But so I've asked you a lot of questions. I hope I haven't pried too much into your personal life. Is there anything about your answers that you'd want to add to or change since I asked them before?
No.
Can you excuse me just for a moment, please? Your Honor may have a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Juror 32. Your Honor, we would exercise a peremptory.
Thank you very much for coming in. But you're excused from this jury, but I appreciate you taking all the time that you did. Have a good evening. All right, counsel, I will see you all at 8:30 so we can discuss what we discussed in chambers, okay?